Chapter 1335. Through the dark passage, Zi-chan was transported to an unfamiliar area. This was an area where the aura of death was greater than the aura of life. Green vegetation was very rare, and the ground was mostly filled with deep, weathered craters, probably left behind by intense battles. The entire sky was grayish-white, and the world was filled with an oppressive and austere aura. As soon as he arrived in this area, the token in Zi-chen's hand turned into a ray of light. This light surged toward his chest like flowing water, turning into the shape of a heart protection mirror, protecting Zi-chen's chest. In the center of the heart protection mirror, the number 1 was clearly displayed. At the same time, Zi-chen's consciousness gained some information about the mana realm, just like what he understood from the outside world. This place was transformed from an ancient battlefield. The only difference was the number of points displayed on the heart protection mirror. In the information about the mana realm, these points were called luck points. From the name, one could guess that the luck points represented the luck index, and the so-called luck index was naturally the luck of encountering good things. In addition to the luck points, it also stated that there were 2 ways to increase one's luck points. The first was to kill the battle beasts or battle spirits here, or obtain some valuable items, which would automatically increase one's luck points. As for the second method, it was to kill. Every time one killed, one's luck points would increase by 1. Whether it was the former or the latter, it obviously encouraged killing and plundering. Seeing this rule, Zi-chen's eyebrows furrowed. Fortunately, there was a rule that stated that the people in the city were not allowed to kill each other. This made the plundering rule slightly more humane. After familiarizing himself with this simple rule, Zi-chan fired an energy bomb into the sky. This was a signal, and the others who saw this signal would soon gather here. Zi-chan. Not long after the signal was sent out, a low shout was heard, and then a ray of white light flew over from afar. The person who came was Dongqing. She was wearing black battle armor and riding an Aurora Pegasus, rushing over at top speed. Just as Dongqing arrived, Zi-chan clearly felt a set of numbers on his heart protection token. It was a uniform number with the number 108 on it, representing the ranking number of Huping City. From Dongqing's slightly stunned expression, Zi-chan could naturally guess that the other party had also sensed the serial number on his body. "They're not here yet." Dongqing jumped down from the Aurora Pegasus and looked around, only to find Zi-chan alone. "You're the first one. You should know the rules, right?" Zi-chan asked. When Dongqing heard this, her eyes flashed. She gritted her teeth and said in dissatisfaction, "What kind of rule is this?" "It's simply encouraging killing. This should be a land of opportunity, but now it has become a killing field." Zi-chan agreed with what Dongqing said. He believed that once people from the 2 cities met, they would definitely kill each other. However, Zi-chan had long been accustomed to this kind of place, so he was not surprised. To be honest, the rules stated that the people of the city were not allowed to kill each other. In Zi-chen's opinion, this was already very humane. If everyone fought for themselves, then it would be truly tragic. Just as they were talking, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. It was Man Shi and Wu Xia. The 2 of them had ugly expressions and looked very miserable. Wu Xia was even cursing as if the 2 of them had encountered something. "What's wrong?" When the 2 of them arrived, Zi-chan asked. "Damn it, we've been ambushed." Wu Xia cursed angrily. Dongqing seemed very nervous and looked around. Zi-chen's eyes narrowed and he asked, "Who ambushed you?" "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. The other party was very fast and their attacks were very strong. Look, my high-quality battle armor was almost destroyed." Wu Xia showed a mark on his battle armor to Zi-chan. There was a deep hole on it that had already affected the lines of the formation. Just as Zi-chan was thinking about who had attacked, a miserable scream suddenly came from afar. "It should be one of us," Wu Xia immediately said. When Wu Xia finished speaking, Zi-Chen had already rushed several hundred meters away and was heading straight for the source of the scream. "You guys stay where you are." Zi-Chen transformed into a stream of light and dashed forward for a full 3 miles. He saw a person lying on the ground from afar. He swooped down and found that the person was already dead. After carefully examining the corpse, Zi-Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This person had died from a sharp weapon piercing through his forehead. Looking at his wide-open eyes and the disbelief on his face, he must have been ambushed and killed in one blow. This time there were a total of 13 people from Huping City, but one of them had already died as soon as he entered. Zi-Chen raised his head and looked around, but he didn't find anything unusual. Then, Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. His eyes became cold and strange. But even with the use of his yin-yang eyes, he still couldn't find anything. "I hope nothing happened to them." After investigating for a while, Zi-Chen put away the corpse. His face was full of worry. Since the person was already dead, Zi-Chen naturally couldn't let his corpse lie in the wilderness. Figures appeared in Zi-Chen's line of sight, one after another. Zi-Chen saw Go Win, Shang Guanhong, and the others. When Zi-Chen reunited with the others, except for the person who had just died, the others were already there. After confirming the number of people on the tokens, the two sides met, so they all knew each other now. Seeing that Zi-Chen had returned, Wu Xie asked, "What happened?" "Feng Ming is dead," Zi-Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lu Wei, who had defeated Wang Jun, said in surprise, "He's dead. He fought with someone." Zi-Chen thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "He was killed in one blow. It should be a sneak attack." He didn't notice at all. "I suspect it's a battle spirit." A battle spirit is a mutated existence formed by the fusion of many domain realm remnant souls. As soon as they arrived, they encountered such an existence. Everyone's expression became very serious. "Whether it's a battle spirit or an exotic beast, we must go deeper. You guys be careful." Dongqing released the red-eyed pig demon. Zi-Chen took the lead and walked forward. According to Zi-Chen's instructions, Dongqing released the red-eyed pig demon. This black fellow looked very ugly. It was neither a pig nor a dog. As it walked, it dripped corrosive saliva. However, its pair of red eyes were extraordinary. It could see some things that were good at hiding. These red eyes were like Zi-Chen's yin-yang eyes, but they didn't need to be activated deliberately. Moreover, as a beast, the red-eyed pig demon was naturally very sensitive to danger, especially in this kind of unknown situation. Zi-Chen was in the front, Wu Xie and Man Shi were at the back, and the red-eyed pig demon and Aurora Pegasus were at the sides. The group stayed in the middle and carefully moved forward. As soon as Zi-Chen and the others left, the light in a certain place began to distort. Then, a figure covered in a black robe appeared. The figure held a long spear in his hand. There were still traces of blood on the tip of the spear. He watched as Zi-Chen and the others disappeared, and a sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. Then the light around him began to distort, and his figure disappeared. Zi-Chen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked into the distance, but he didn't see anything. The world was already filled with an oppressive aura. Because of the existence of the battle spirit, everyone was very nervous. But after moving forward for several hundred miles, no one encountered any danger. The original vigilance slowly dissipated. Maybe the battle spirit saw that our defenses were tight and didn't have a chance to attack, so it left. In the middle of the group, Lu Wei pretended to be relaxed. However, in the next moment, the red-eyed pig demon's expression changed. It roared towards a certain place in front of it. Then a tyrannical aura surged around its body. It turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Die! Just as the red-eyed boar demon was about to make a move, Wu Xie saw a figure hiding in the dark. He let out a roar, and the vertical eye on his forehead opened up. A beam of destructive light shot towards that figure. Besides Zi-Chen, everyone else discovered the figure one after another. Almost all of them followed up with attacks. Poo pew. Many attacks landed on the figure in the dark, but they seemed to pass through the air, making a pew pew sound. The attacks passed through the figure as if they had hit a physical body. But no one was sure if they had killed the figure, but they were sure that the black figure was the battle spirit. This guess was baseless, but it was certain. Although Zichen, who was walking in front, did not turn around, he stopped in his tracks because of this. His eyes were looking forward, and his originally bright black eyes had become lifeless, as if he was thinking about something and had become absent-minded. When he stopped, he didn't stop moving. A black blade appeared in his right hand. Then he held the black blade tightly and slashed at the void in front of him. Clang! The black blade light slashed at the void in front of him, but a sonorous sound exploded. In the next moment, a sharp light rushed out from the void. Behind the sharp light, there was a long spear. The black blade hit the long spear. A powerful force surged into the long spear, causing the spear to shake violently. A figure covered in a black robe appeared. He was the battle spirit. Swoosh! The black figure appeared, and with a slight sway of his body, he resolved the power contained in Zichen's strike. Following that, the long spear in his hand suddenly trembled. Ripples of light emitted from the tip of the spear. The ripples of light spread out, forming a strange technique that enveloped Zichen. Zichen felt the air around him instantly turn viscous. His movements were impeded by the air and became sluggish. At that moment, the black figure gripped the long spear tightly and stabbed forward. His target was Zichen's glabella. The speed of this attack was extremely fast, just like a bolt of lightning. As the tip of the spear approached, the oppressive feeling in the surrounding air also became increasingly stronger. Facing this extremely fast and strange spear, Zichen felt a faint pain between his brows. Even though he had a perfect body, Zichen would still die if he was stabbed between his brows. Therefore, he could only temporarily give up on attacking and block with his saber. Black light flashed as he blocked the attack with his black saber. The moment the spear beam arrived, he blocked the attack. Clang! Another sonorous sound was heard. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Zichen was forced back several steps. This battle spirit is indeed powerful. Zichen was, without a doubt, the strongest in the group. However, when he faced Jianling, he was at a disadvantage. This caused everyone's expressions to change and become extremely solemn. We've just entered, and we've already encountered such an existence. How are we going to fight in the future? Wu Xie and the others were bitter. Lu Wei and the others were even more bitter. If they had known that the domain mansion was so dangerous, they would have thought about it carefully before coming. Chapter 1336. All of you step back. Zichen shouted coldly as he was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, a powerful aura was released from his body. Silver light flashed behind him as the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. Streaks of silver light swam around the thunder wings like tiny electric snakes, dazzling and eye-catching. Zichen had used the heavenly thunder wings directly and displayed his strongest technique. Clearly, he had realized that the battle spirit in front of him was difficult to deal with. Everyone retreated in response and formed a defensive formation. They looked around vigilantly, afraid that other battle spirits would appear. After displaying his strongest combat power, Zichen had the strength to fight against a first-stage domain realm cultivator. Among corporeal realm cultivators, Zichen was almost invincible. Zichen was confident that he could kill the battle spirit with his powerful strength. However, confidence and ability were two completely different things. Before Zichen could attack the battle spirit, the latter attacked again. The tip of the spear was still trembling, and a mysterious pressure fell on Zichen. Then, the long spear shot over like lightning, and Zichen felt a dull pain between his eyebrows. The battle spirit's attack was the same as before. But this time, Zi-chan could clearly feel that the pressure came from the power of space. This kind of pressure was similar to the pressure that Zi-chan felt when he was in someone else's corporeal realm. This attack was not only spatial suppression, but also extremely fast. Zi-chan felt that he could not avoid it and could only block it with his saber. Clang! There was another loud sound as the two forces exploded. Then, Zi-chan lost his balance and was pushed back again. The black figure swayed slightly and rushed toward Zi-chan again. The long spear was like a poisonous dragon, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. Zi-chan retreated again and again. Wu Xia widened his eyes in disbelief when he saw that Zi-chan, who was usually so strong that he almost had no friends, was still suppressed after displaying his strongest technique. How is this possible? He is Zi-chan. Wang Jun, Lu Wei, and the other four outsiders were also in disbelief. They had all seen the video of Zi-chan's massacre. At that time, Zi-chan was only in the emptiness realm, but he was already so terrifying. But now, Zi-chan was already in the corporeal realm, and at the mid-stage of the corporeal realm, but he was still suppressed by a battle spirit. How is this possible? This battle spirit seems to be too strong. Shang Guanhong and Dongqing's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Zi-chan was definitely one of the best among his peers, but he had been suppressed by Zhanling. If the entire domain realm was filled with such existences, how would they be able to find any opportunities? The information they received was that in the entire Manor realm, the outer perimeter was the least dangerous and had the least opportunities. As 108 people, the place they were in was undoubtedly the worst place. If there was someone who could suppress Zi-chan in the worst place, then what would happen in the inner perimeter? Bang! The battle continued, and the black shadow continued to suppress Zi-chan. Zi-chan kept retreating, and under constant resistance, the web between his thumb and forefinger began to feel numb. The black shadow's attacks were very strange, but also very strong. Swoosh! Just as he retreated, the black shadow in front of him moved forward again. The spear in his hand pierced toward Zi-chan's forehead. Because he had the upper hand, Zi-chan felt that the black shadow had become more familiar with the previous attack. At the same time, the attack became faster and stronger. It was as if the black shadow's spear could be mastered to become a fatal attack. In the end, Zi-chan felt that it was extremely strenuous for him to resist, because the oppressive force around him was growing stronger and stronger. Now, it was difficult for him to defend, let alone attack. Clang! Clang! The spear and the black blade kept colliding, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. As the battle continued, Zi-chan was pushed back hundreds of meters. Although the black shadow did not really hurt him, he was at least suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Wu Xia and the others retreated again and again. They looked at the battle scene in front of them and felt that it was very strange and strange. The gold and silver light around Zi-chan's body kept flashing. The dazzling light made him look like a powerful god of war. However, in front of the god of war, there was a very inconspicuous black shadow. The black shadow did not release a very powerful aura, but the god of war was suppressed by the black shadow. What was even more strange was that the black shadow only knew how to stab forward, but this move was enough to make Zi-chan unable to resist. The war spirit's move is very strange. It seems to have merged with the power of space. Everyone was anxious because Zi-chan was suppressed. After careful observation, Shang Guanhong finally saw something. Indeed, it has almost perfectly merged with the power of space. His strength is not strong, but this move is very strong. Not far away, Wang Jun nodded with a serious face. Man sure did not see anything. He scratched his head and said doubtfully, "Is this move really that strong? Why does it look so familiar?" Familiar my ass. This is a method of merging space. Have you seen anyone use it before? Wu Xie coldly said from the side. Man Shi's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, Zichen, it's Zichen. I've seen Zichen use it before. You, before Wu Xie could say anything. Shang Guanhong's beautiful eyes also lit up. She lost her composure and exclaimed, Yes, Zichen, it's Zichen. Although he hasn't used this move before, he has used a similar method. That's right. It's the same move that Zichen used to chop off people's heads. It's very similar to this move. It's so powerful that no one can dodge it. Seeing that Shang Guanhong actually agreed with him, Man Shi was also very excited. If Zichen knows this move, why is he being suppressed so miserably? Lu Wei and the others couldn't help but wonder. Zichen, don't block anymore. Use your beheading move to chop off his head. I feel that your saber attack isn't any weaker than his spear attack, shouted Man Shi. Man Shi's shouting reached Zichen's ears. Originally, he felt that this move was very familiar, but in the face of the Black Shadow's urgent attack, he couldn't remember it. With Man Shi's reminder, Zichen's sea of consciousness flashed like lightning. He instantly reacted. His opponent's move was indeed very similar to his beheading blade. When the battle spirit first launched a sneak attack, Zichen used the chop and easily blocked the opponent's sneak attack. But then, because of the Black Shadow's offensive, Zichen was forced to passively defend. Naturally, he neglected the chop. After being forced back once more, Zichen grasped his blade and steadied himself. His originally anxious eyes had completely recovered their calm. He gripped the black saber in his hand, and the lines on the black saber gradually brightened. After that strike, the battle spirit followed up once more and used the same move. The long spear tore through the air. The power of space suppressed it and cut towards Zichen's forehead. Zichen coldly snorted. This time he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. He didn't dodge. Instead, he grasped his saber and slashed out. Zichen had practiced this saber move for nearly 1,000 years and had taken countless lives with it. As the saber slashed down, Zichen felt the pressure around him loosen a little because of this saber. In fact, it didn't loosen. Rather, the battle spirit in front of him was also suppressed, so its attacks became less smooth. Clang! The long saber arrived first and blocked the long spear. The two collided, and then there was an ear-piercing sound. A powerful force surged and swept out in all directions. Zichen's figure shook slightly, but he didn't retreat again. On the other hand, the Black Shadow was repelled by Zichen. Again, seeing that this saber move was effective, Zichen's face lit up with joy. Then he slashed out again. This saber merged with the power of space, forming a unique sense of oppression. It enveloped the Black Shadow and slashed towards it. Bang! Amidst the sound of energy, the Black Shadow was forced back more than 10 steps. Then, Zichen swung his saber and slashed again. The Black Shadow was forced back again and again. You're just SOO. After finding the correct method, the Black Shadow didn't look very powerful. Its realm wasn't very high, not much different from Zichen. It was just that its fusion attack was somewhat unique. Because of Man Shi's reminder, Zichen had a breakthrough. Then he continued to suppress the Black Shadow. Of course, the Black Shadow would counterattack during this period. However, Zichen had more power than it. In a clash of the two, the Black Shadow was no match for Zichen. He suppressed it. Sure enough, Zichen's move is more powerful. Haha, I'm Manshur, I'm still the best. My vision is unique. Wu Xie and the others relaxed when they saw that Zichen had suppressed the battle spirit. Man sure couldn't help but laugh proudly. This time, the real hero seemed to be him. After Zichen blocked the battle spirit saber, the battle spirit had no other moves. Everyone was relieved. Then they rushed forward and surrounded the Black Shadow. Eat my saber again. Looking at the retreating Black Shadow, Zichen coldly snorted. The shadow of a beast appeared on the surface of the black saber in his hand. It was the blade beast. The moment the blade beast appeared, its cold eyes fell on the black shadow. Then it roared at the black shadow and directly entered the black saber. Immediately after, Zi-Chen found that the black blade in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. An emotion that seemed to be both excited and excited came from the black blade. Then, the black blade broke free from Zi-Chen's hand and turned into a black light, rushing towards the black shadow at an extremely fast speed. Facing the black saber's attack, the black shadow still used the same spear. The dazzling light of the spear shone between heaven and earth. Boom! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The moment the black saber hit the spear, it broke through the spear from the tip. Then, the black saber quickly slashed from the tip to the end of the spear. When it cut through the spear, it also cut the black shadow's body. Puff! The black shadow was split in two. It couldn't be more dead. Looking at the dead black shadow, Wu Xie and the others rushed forward. Lu Wei and the others cheered loudly. With the death of the battle spirit, Zi-Chen stood in place with a slightly stunned expression. The black saber turned into a stream of light and returned to Zi-Chen's hand. It had indeed lost control just now. Chapter 1337. The dot of light merged into Zi-Chen's chest. The number 1 there had originally been, but now it had become an eye-catching number 2. Wu Xie and the rest also saw the light dot. However, when they saw the number change, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Soon after, they found it hard to believe. Looking at the changed number, Wu Xie said in shock, "How is this possible? Killing a battle spirit only gives you 1 luck point? Killing a human can give you 1 luck point. Battle spirits are much stronger than humans, so why is it only 1 luck point?" Shang Guanhong's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The others all shook their heads, feeling that the increase in numbers was completely meaningless. Their guess was probably wrong. The stunned Zi-Chen received a thought in his mind. This was from the blade, golden-eyed beast. It was apologizing to Zi-Chen. The reason the black blade had suddenly gone out of control was because the blade, golden-eyed beast had been excited by its prey. Zi-Chen could understand this phenomenon, but he also warned the blade, golden-eyed beast not to do it again. Zi-Chen didn't like the feeling of suddenly losing control. Hearing everyone discussing the problem of luck points, Zi-Chen put away the black blade and said, "This battle spirit isn't very strong. It's just that its attack method is a bit strange. It's reasonable for it to have a little luck point." "That's not strong?" Lu Wei's eyes widened, feeling even more incredulous. Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "It's just that its attack method is different. Next time, if you encounter it again, you can try opening the corporeal space. Once you're there, you can use spatial suppression. The strange attacks of the battle spirit will naturally be greatly weakened." Zi-Chen had thought of this method when he was fighting the enemy, and now he wanted to share it with everyone. But what Zi-Chen didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with a strange expression. "What, did I say something wrong?" Zi-Chen was slightly startled and asked, "Zi-Chen, do you really not know, or are you doing it on purpose?" Wu Xie stared at Zi-Chen and snorted. "On purpose?" Zi-Chen was a bit confused. Here, the reality space is suppressed by some sort of suppression. It's impossible to open it. So how can you take in a battle spirit? Wang Jun lightly said from the side, "I can't open the reality space. Are you sure you're not joking?" Zi-Chen looked at Wang Jun, then at the others. Wang Jun shrugged helplessly. He looked at Zi-Chen as if he was the one who was joking. The others had similar expressions. "Can't you open it?" Zi-Chen asked again. "We can't open it." The group of people nodded. "Then what is this?" Behind Zi-Chen, a 3-meter-wide space appeared. Within this 3-meter-wide space, many rule force flickered. Looking at the 3-meter space behind Zichen, everyone was shocked. They then looked at Zichen and then at the 3-meter space behind him, their faces filled with disbelief. Why is this happening? Then they looked at each other and felt that it was inconceivable. Apart from Zichen's reality space, the other 11 people couldn't open their reality spaces. Could it be that this is also a probability problem? The others clearly couldn't understand. As for Zichen, he guessed that it might be related to the 3 pages of Heaven book. But it was just a guess. Zichen didn't intend to explain. Let's continue. Be careful on the road. Not wanting to delve into this topic, Zichen ordered everyone to prepare to continue. The group was very careful, but they didn't encounter any danger. It was as if there was only one battle spirit in this area. However, they didn't let down their guard because of this. This was because the battle spirit's strange methods were really frightening. Just like that, they found the direction to go. After walking for dozens of kilometers, the group encountered a second problem. This was an earthen yellow battle beast. It jumped out from a large rock and blocked the group's path. Its eyes were cold and its body was over 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in earthen yellow scales. The scales reflected an earthen yellow light and were very fine. After seeing Zichen's group of 11, its expression didn't change much. It just roared in a low voice and rushed toward Zichen's group. Swoosh! Like a flash of lightning, Zichen only felt his vision blur, and the battle beast was already in front of him. The pressure he felt when he fought with the battle spirit appeared again. Seeing the battle beast in front of him in the blink of an eye, Zichen almost reflexively held the black blade and slashed at the battle beast in front of him. Swoosh! Just as the black blade was about to hit the battle beast, a light flashed across the battle beast's body. It actually dodged Zichen's attack and turned around Zichen to rush towards the others. This scene was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was so unexpected that they couldn't attack in time. When Lu Wei and the others saw the ferocious battle beasts, they involuntarily retreated backward. A low roar suddenly sounded. A black light swept out from Dongqing's side and directly hit the battle beast. It was the red-eyed boar demon. When the battle beast appeared, its red eyes stared at it. When the battle beast attacked, it was ready to attack. Bang! The 2 beams of light, one black and one yellow, collided with each other, resulting in a deafening boom. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, and Lu Wei and the others were sent flying by the shockwave. Man Shi and Wu Xie only reacted at this moment. The latter cried out and directly transformed into a steel giant. His body was filled with explosive power. As for Wu Xie, the vertical pupil between his eyebrows also began to tremble. When it opened and closed, a strong aura was released. A green light sword appeared in Shangguan Hong's hand. Her beautiful eyes were cold and she was ready to attack. The Aurora Pegasus protected Dongqing in time. Thousands of silver lights were released from its body. On the other side, Zichen's gaze also focused. He was ready to go forward and kill the khaki battle beast with his blade. After the 2 battle beasts collided, they each let out a low roar. Then they rushed towards each other again. Following that, a black and a yellow light began to collide. Streaks of energy scattered in all directions. Seeing that everyone was ready to attack, Dongqing suddenly jumped out. She spread out her hands and stopped everyone. She said, "Everyone, don't attack." Piggy said that he will fight this battle. He needs to train. Train? What does he need to train? Man Shi was startled. Then he opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder. The others also looked at Dongqing, being stared at by everyone. Dongqing lightly bit her red lips and said, "I don't really understand, but he said that he can handle it. It seems like he is looking for a suitable attack method." Hearing this, Wu Xie laughed lightly. He pointed at the red-eyed boar demon that was fighting and said, "What kind of attack method is he looking for? Don't tell me it's like a dog biting another dog like this." Wuxia, he is now our teammate. Can you not speak so harshly? A trace of anger appeared on Dongqing's face as she said, unhappily. Wuxia smiled faintly and said, haha, teammate. I remember that you only treated them as resources back then. How did you treat them as teammates now? Who made you change so much? Wuxia glanced at Ziqin. However, after seeing the latter's cold eyes, he smiled embarrassedly and tactfully left out the rest of his words. Ziqin coldly glanced at Wuxia and said, Your mouth is indeed very harsh. This battle will be fought by the red-eyed boar demon. You will fight the next battle. Ah, then what if we meet a war spirit in the next battle? Wuxia cried out in surprise. His expression also changed. That's also you. Ziqin glared fiercely at Wuxia. Then he looked at everyone and said, If we want to successfully reach the depths, perhaps we really need to change our attack method. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Ziqin glanced at the khaki-colored beast and said, Just now I also felt the pressure from the fusion of space from its body. How is that possible? It's only a spirit-level beast. Everyone was in disbelief. Ziqin said indifferently, The war spirit from before was only at the corporeal realm. This is different. War spirits are formed by remnant souls. They all had powerful battle strength when they were alive. After death, their battle strength is gone, but their skills are still there. However, this beast is not formed by remnant souls. How can it be compared to a war spirit? Someone questioned. Ziqin said, uncertainly, Perhaps one is marked by the company one keeps. However, this is only my guess. Shang Guanhong had been silent all this time. She seemed to be deep in thought. After Ziqin finished speaking, she raised her head and said, Ziqin is right. Perhaps we really need to change the way we fight. Everyone's gaze fell on Shang Guanhong. She pursed her lips and said, Since the war spirits here are formed by remnant souls, then the attack method they used when they were alive must be a sure-kill skill that only domain realm cultivators would explore. A sure-kill skill. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Even Ziqin was the same. This was the first time he had heard this. Breaking into the domain realm would open up a true domain. This domain was the foundation of the future world. In this domain, there would be domain realm power. This was a kind of spatial power that belonged to oneself and was completely under one's control. After all domain realm cultivators stepped into this realm, they would have to find new ways to fight in order to fully utilize this power. As for the techniques that everyone used before, after reaching the domain realm, almost no longer had the same amplification effect as before. Of course, some strange divine abilities were excluded. It was unknown what the others thought when they heard this, but Ziqin couldn't help but nod when he heard this. In the past, he had possessed many sequential heaven techniques. However, as his realm increased, the power of these techniques that had once been powerful also slowly disappeared. This was especially true after the power in his body had completely changed and he had started to mobilize the laws. Ziqin hadn't used those sequential heaven techniques in a long time, because these techniques were already useless. Ziqin had also gotten used to using his powerful strength to crush his opponents. He used his beheading blade. I heard my father mention this once. It is said that after reaching the domain realm, there are very few things with great power. Apart from a few special existences that possess certain divine abilities or innate bloodline skills, everyone else has started to study sure-kill skills that integrate spatial power. Most of these techniques are very simple. They don't require complicated hand seals, but they are very powerful. However, these are all techniques of the domain realm. It seems that the corporeal realm can't do it. Chapter 1338. Not far away, the battle between the two beasts was still going on, and low roars were constantly heard. As the battle continued, the red-eyed boar demon gradually gained the upper hand. This was not because it had really comprehended some kind of attack technique, but because the corrosive saliva had corroded many deep holes in the body of the earthen yellow beast. Its body had been corroded by a strong force, and some of the wounds had even exposed the bones. The latter was obviously dying. Because they were discussing the new battle technique, no one paid attention to the life and death battle in front of them. They only let Qinwei be in charge of monitoring. After a beast reaches the king level, in addition to its strong body, it also has a kind of power that belongs to it. Some beasts can use this power to awaken their innate divine abilities, and some can't. They need to slowly think of a suitable attack method for themselves. The slash I used to kill the war spirit just now can be considered a kind of innate divine ability. This was the thought transmitted by the blade golden-eyed beast. The latter was a king-level beast back then. However, not all beasts can awaken divine abilities when they reach the king level. Some can awaken divine abilities when they reach the spirit level. This is the case for beasts and humans. My former master's beast taming divine ability can be considered a kind of innate skill. Also, Wu Xie's immortal body can also be considered a kind of innate skill. The blade golden-eyed beast was not only a king-level beast, but also followed the black-robed man for many years. Its knowledge far surpassed everyone present. Just now, it rashly attacked because it was stimulated by the war spirit's attack technique. Just as the blade golden-eyed beast was explaining to Ziqin, on the other side, Dongqing also got some useful clues from the Aurora Pegasus. Then, she told him everything she knew. It seems like it's true. If you want to go further here, you have to understand new battle techniques. Ziqin shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, your reality space is suppressed, so it will be much more difficult to comprehend. Beside him, Wu Xie smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it is indeed difficult to comprehend, but didn't you succeed? You can just tell us what you learned. Ziqin looked at Wu Xie, who was bent on using tricks, and said indifferently, my comprehension is very simple. It is to use a blade to behead people. Counting from the time I started using that blade until now, I'm afraid I've practiced this move for nearly 1,000 years. As for the number of heads I've chopped off, it seems that I've already killed more than 100,000 people. When they heard this, they looked at each other. Although the manor world would be open for a long time, it would definitely not be more than 1,000 years. Furthermore, Ziqin had spent 1,000 years to comprehend that move. In their opinion, it was not worth it. As for resorting to trickery, it was better to forget about it. Mournful screams came from afar. The battle between the two beasts had finally reached a conclusion. The red-eyed boar demon crawled up from the ground. Although it had won, it had also paid a price. There were many wounds on its body, and dark red blood was flowing out from the wounds. The khaki-colored beast had died in a very miserable manner. Its body was full of corroded bloody holes, and some of the bigger wounds even had traces of corrosion on its bones. Its head had also been cut open, and its inner core had been devoured by the red-eyed boar demon. Looking at the red-eyed boar demon's wounds, Dongqing could not bear to see it like this. He took out some spirit medicine and applied it on its wounds. Just as Dongqing stepped forward, a ray of red light floated out from the dead beast's body and entered the token on its chest. The one on the token turned into 2, increasing by 1 point. Obviously, killing a battle spirit was the same as killing a battle beast. Everyone had already seen the meaning of luck value increasing before, so they were not surprised. However, what surprised them was that when Dongqing was treating the red-eyed boar demon's wounds, he had accidentally come into contact with the red-eyed boar demon's corrosive saliva, but he was not corroded. Hey, red-eyed black boar, have you comprehended any battle techniques yet? Wu Xie shouted towards the red-eyed boar demon with a smile. The latter turned around and glared at Wu Xie with its red eyes. It was panting heavily, as if it was very angry. Immediately after, it spat out a water arrow from its mouth and shot it towards Wu Xie. The smile on Wu Xie's face did not fade. He moved his feet and dodged the attack. The water arrow hit a big rock not far away, instantly piercing through it. Then, the big rock melted like ice meeting fire, emitting bursts of white smoke. Black Boar, you're serious. Wu Xie's face turned green when he saw the scene, and he shouted. If he had not dodged it, even if this attack did not injure him, it would have directly destroyed the armor on his body. The red-eyed boar demon snorted at Wu Xie, its eyes filled with ridicule and pride. However, when it turned its head and saw Dongqing, its eyes became gentle. When everyone saw this scene, they also burst out laughing. Man Shi, who was laughing loudly, deliberately looked at Wu Xie and said loudly, "Very ugly, but very strong." Wu Xie's face turned cold, and he asked, "Man Shi, who are you calling ugly?" Man Shi pointed at the red-eyed boar demon and looked at Wu Xie, saying, "That one very ugly, but very strong." Wu Xie was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The red-eyed boar demon was fine, and everyone set off again. After traveling for about a day, they found another battle beast. The Aurora Pegasus was eager to give it a try, but it was stopped by Dongqing. Everyone, including Ziqin, took a step back, letting Wu Xie go. What is the meaning of this? Wu Xie turned around and looked at Ziqin. Just now I said that you will fight this battle. Ziqin said indifferently, "Are you crazy? This is a big guy with rough skin and thick flesh. I can kill it alone." Wu Xie exclaimed. The others all looked as if they were watching a show. Ziqin smiled and said, "You can't kill it and it can't kill you. I saw that you were too energetic on the way, so I let you vent a little." No, Wu Xie did not want to participate in the battle, but Ziqin and the others turned and left. The battle beast in front also let out a roar and rushed towards Wu Xie. "Get lost!" Wu Xie roared and took out a real weapon to attack the other party. When the real weapon was attacking, its speed was greatly reduced, but the battle beast rushed up with lightning speed. It first shook off the real weapon, then crashed into Wu Xie. Bang! Wu Xie was hit, and a loud sound rang out, and his entire body flew out. Fortunately, he was wearing a battle armor, and most of the power was dissipated, so he was not seriously injured. When Wang Jun and the rest saw this scene, their eyes turned solemn. This battle beast also knew how to fuse with the power of space. They had encountered 3 such existences in a row, and this made everyone's mood turn bad. After Wu Xie stabilized himself, he rushed towards the battle beast with a roar. It was obvious that he was angry, but this time he was still sent flying, and the violent shockwave caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Man Shi and the others looked at the battle beast, and they were also trying to copy the other party's battle techniques. At the same time, they were also trying to find the trick to fuse with the power of space. On the other hand, the red-eyed boar demon hummed at Wu Xie from time to time, as if it was mocking him. Just like Ziqin before, Wu Xie was suppressed again and again. He was angry, and after flying back again, he dodged far away. Then, the vertical pupil in between his eyebrows opened. A blood-red light beam, carrying a destructive aura, shot towards the battle beast. The battle beast seemed to have sensed danger, and stepped to the side, dodging. Puff! A bloody hole appeared on the battle beast's body, and it cried out in pain. Swoosh! As soon as the light beam ended, another one appeared. The battle beast couldn't dodge in time, and was hit directly in its vitals. Just like this, after 4 consecutive light beams, 4 bloody holes appeared on the battle beast's body and it fell straight down. The fatal spot was its forehead, and it was completely penetrated. A red light floated from the dead battle beast, and the number on Wu Xie's token changed. Only 1. Wu Xie muttered, "How is it?" After the battle, Wu Xie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of pride again. Other than Ziqin, who nodded at him, the other people's expressions were very solemn. If every battle beast here had such a method. How could they kill it? What's wrong with you guys? Are you crazy? Wu Xia walked over from afar. Zichen knew what everyone was thinking and comforted them. We still have a lot of time. We can stay in the outer area for a while, and you guys can comprehend it well. After that, Zichen and the others didn't rush to go deeper, but stayed in this area to find some battle beasts for them to practice on. Zichen had fought with battle spirits before, and he had the foundation of fusion, so he gained a lot in the past few days. After staying in this area for 5 days, Zichen and the others discussed and decided to comprehend as they moved forward. 2 days later, the red-eyed boar demon successfully comprehended a technique. This technique was just a simple collision, but it had an extremely strong power. It was the second battle beast in the group to comprehend this fusion technique. Wu Xia and the others were naturally unwilling to give up and also accelerated their comprehension. Unfortunately, they didn't meet any battle spirits along the way, so it was difficult for them to comprehend. While moving forward, they suddenly felt the energy fluctuations of a battle, accompanied by loud shouts. Yes, there's someone. After feeling the energy fluctuations, everyone stopped and looked in a certain direction, looking a little nervous. In the domain mansion world, except for the residents of the city, the residents of other cities were all enemies. If there was a battle, it meant that there were enemies. Should we go and take a look and... Wu Xie asked Zichen for his opinion, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The energy fluctuations became more intense, and from the sounds of battle, it was obvious that they were coming toward them. Let's wait and see, Zichen said indifferently, and a black blade appeared in his hand. After a few breaths, figures flashed in front of them. It's 2 groups of people, and they're still chasing after us. They're coming toward us, Manshur said. Zichen looked at the moving figures in front of him and said indifferently, "Get ready for battle." Everyone took out their weapons and looked ahead, coldly. Compared to those battle beasts, it was obvious that humans were easier to kill. If they killed everyone, their luck points would increase rapidly. There were 6 people running away. When they saw Zichen and the others, their expressions changed slightly. Chapter 1339. When people from different cities met, before they could see each other's faces clearly, a set of numbers would be sensed in advance. It was the number of the other party's city. Zichen sensed that the number was 107, and the city's ranking was only 1 place higher than Huping City's. After Zichen sensed the other party's number, he knew the other party's identity. Lu Guangqing. The 6 of them were all from Lu Guangqing. However, City Lord Lu Guangqing had said that 10 people from Lu Guangqing would come this time, but there were only 6 people in front of him. It was obvious that the other 4 were already dead. When the 6 people saw Zichen's group, their expressions changed. Other than the leader, who had a grave expression, the other 5 people all had a hint of joy on their faces. It was obvious that they already knew about the alliance between the 2 cities. However, there was a trace of hidden vigilance in the eyes of the leader as he looked at Zichen and the rest. The pursuers behind them were still rushing over. The 6 of them did not hesitate and continued to rush towards Zichen's group. However, they stopped when they were 100 meters away from Zichen's group. The 2 sides just stared at each other until the pursuers arrived. 5 of the 6 people turned around to look at the pursuers with obvious shock on their faces. "Run, why aren't you running?" A mocking laugh sounded from behind, followed by the sound of slightly messy footsteps. A group of people appeared in front of Zichen's group. The leader was a young man in black armor. He had a cold smile on his face as he slowly walked over. His eyes were cold. After indifferently glancing at Lu Guangqing's group, he snorted softly and looked at Zichen's group in the distance. "Oh, number 108. The young man in black armor raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a trace of disdain on his face. "Number 108. So it's the end of the 10,000 years." "Wrong. It's not the end of the 10,000 years, it's the end of the 10,000 years. Indeed, Huping City is extremely famous in Shantian Prefecture. Ever since it was established, it has never advanced one place in the rankings. Following that, some of the young cultivators following the black-armored young man began to mock him. Hearing such mockery, Zichen's expression didn't change much, but Wu Xie and the others beside him were furious. So what if he's old, Mo? You're not any better than us. It's only 106. I think we shouldn't be so disdainful. Wu Xie replied coldly. However, the scarlet-eyed pig demon harumphed a few times, as though it was saying, "What does this have to do with me?" Wu Xie's response startled the black-armored youth. However, judging from Wu Xie's posture and appearance, it was clear that he wasn't the main character. He couldn't attract the black-armored youth's attention and interest. His gaze naturally fell on Zichen, who was sitting at the head of the table. Immediately after, his indifferent voice rang out. 106 indeed doesn't represent anything, but it's still better than 107 and 108. This time, the entry tokens were obtained from our hands. The feeling of controlling someone else's lifeline is pretty good. The black-armored youth's words enraged the crowd once again. "It's all you're doing this time," said one of Lu Guangqing's corporeal realm cultivators. His expression was clearly furious. As for the leader of Lu Guangqing, he chose to remain silent. "What? You two aren't going to say anything now that things have come to this point?" The black-armored youth looked at Zichen, then at the leader of Lu Guangqing. A cold light flashed through his eyes, or say some last words. The expressions of Lu Guangqing and the other five immediately changed. They couldn't help but look towards Zichen, their eyes filled with the desire to seek help and ally with him. Zichen took 2 steps forward and looked at the black-armored youth. He said, "Since the tokens were your doing, then you should have already become the dogs that Yanbo Castle brought in this time. This time, instead of advancing, you retreated and killed Lu Guangqing's people. One of your goals should be to kill us while you're at it, right?" The expressions of the people in front of him turned extremely ugly because of the word dogs. However, the black-armored youth only smiled and said, "I like using the word dogs. That's right, we don't need to expend too much effort to kill you. This way, we can obtain a favor from Lingdong. May I ask why not?" The others also looked at Zichen's group mockingly, as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Wu Xie sneered when he heard this. "Pfft. So it's that scum Lingdong. When he came to ask you to owe him a favor, did he say that he was worse than a dog or a pig when he fled in front of us?" The red-eyed boar demon was once again implicated. "Nonsense. Look at Lingdong's battle prowess. How can he lose to you people from Huping City?" A cultivator lost his temper and said angrily. Zichan waved his hand, indicating for Wu Xie to stop talking. He turned to the 6 people from Lu Guangqing and said, "When the city lord of Lu Guangqing came, he said that we would form an alliance after arriving here. I am Zichen." The leader of Lu Guangqing, who had been on guard the entire time, relaxed. He clasped his fist at Zichen and said, "I am Gowei. Greetings, brother Zichen. The city lord did indeed give us such an order." The black-armored youth's face darkened when he heard the self-introduction, completely ignoring him and the others. However, before he could open his mouth again, Zichen's attention once again landed on him as he indifferently said, "Since we are allies and our allies are in danger, we should show some sincerity. All of you back off. We will deal with these people." "You." Gu Wei was startled. The 5 people behind him also had strange expressions on their faces. The city that the black-armored youth belonged to was called Sibei City. It was ranked 106th. This time, many people had come because many tokens from the last 2 cities had been confiscated. The team in front of them was a team of 15 people. Although there were only 15 of them, their battle prowess was very strong. In a head-on confrontation, they had almost instantly defeated Lu Guangqing's team of 10 people. Moreover, there were 3 people in the team who had extraordinary means. Looking at Zichen, who was full of confidence, the black-armored youth smiled disdainfully and said mockingly, "Your strength may be very good outside, but it's not enough in this world. This is a place to compete with king-level battle skills. Do you know what a king-level battle skill is?" This was the unified name of the new battle skill. It was also a brand new term. Zichen and the others naturally had not heard of it. They were all slightly stunned. Seeing Zichen's expression, the cultivators of Sibei City laughed mockingly. As expected of someone who had lived for thousands of years, he had not even heard of an earth-level battle skill. The black-armored youth glanced at the young cultivator beside him and said, "Si Wu, go up and tell him what a king-level battle skill is. At the same time, let him see the power of a king-level battle skill." The youth named Si Wu chuckled and patted his chest. "Okay, big brother, tell me. I promise to kill him in one blow." The youth left the team and walked towards Zichen. Along the way, he saw people from Lu Guangqing. He snorted coldly, and a look of disdain swept across his face. "Big brother, this guy is very strong. That Zichen has not even heard of a king-level battle skill. I'm afraid." A cultivator beside Gu Wei whispered. Gu Wei waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Zichen is the leader of Huping City. The city lord also has high praise for him. If even he can't stop the other party, then he can only accept his fate. However, judging by Zichen's calm appearance and the confidence of the people behind him, this guy is in trouble. A king-level battle skill is actually a battle skill that only domain realm experts can master. It can also be called a domain battle skill. However, because the name doesn't sound very nice, it's called a king-level battle skill. King-level battle skills are divided into 9 levels, and the first level is divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. The battle skill I'm going to use is called a low-level 1 battle skill, called Sword Kill. The youth proudly introduced it in front of Zichen. Don't underestimate Sword Kill. It's only a low-level 1 battle skill. I was able to master it when I was in the corporeal realm, so I'm already one of the best among my peers. Even if I've just entered the domain realm, I can still use this move to deal with veteran domain realm experts. So, I've explained so much that my mouth is almost dry. Do you understand?" The youth glared at Zichen and asked. Zichen nodded slightly and said, "I understand. So there's a king-level battle skill. To thank you for telling me, I've decided to kill you with 1 slash." The youth was stunned when he heard this. Wasn't the latter part supposed to be his line? Then he became angry. "How dare you steal my line? You're courting death." Sword Kill. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. The spatial power on the sword fluctuated, and this fluctuation fused with the sharp blade to form a new battle skill. He directly stabbed forward with the sword. The fiery red sword light pierced straight towards Zichen's throat. Wherever it passed, the void was pierced, causing a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Lu Guangqing's 6 people watched this scene with extreme nervousness. At the same time, they were worried for Zichen. Behind Zichen, the people saw the Sword Kill. They weren't nervous to begin with, but now they seemed even more relaxed. This is called mastering a king-level battle skill. The sword doesn't seem to have any strength. It only has a shape. Wu Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few days of exploration, they had some understanding of the new battle skill, especially when Zichen frequently demonstrated it. Although they hadn't understood it yet, their eyes all became cunning. This attack, whether compared to Zichen's beheading blade or the powerful blade Golden-Eyed Beast's beheading blade, was much weaker. Feeling the faint spatial pressure from the sharp sword light, Zichen couldn't help but shake his head. He chuckled and said, "So what if you have a technique? This kind of attack can't even compare to a normal attack." After saying this, Zichen took a step forward and slashed out with the black blade in his hand. Zichen seemed very casual with this attack. Even the patterns on the black blade didn't appear. He just slashed down. However, this casual strike created an additional oppressive force in the void. This force enveloped the area in front of him, causing the speed of the corporeal realm's attack to slow down. The sword strike, which only had a shape to begin with, lost its shape under the pressure of the spatial force. Chapter 1340. Reality switched from offense to defense. His long sword flashed with a cold light. It was difficult for him to block this attack, but fortunately he managed to block it before the black blade arrived. Reality let out a small sigh of relief in his heart. He admitted that he had been careless and underestimated the people from Huping City. However, as long as he was able to block this attack, then in the next moment their people would swarm forward and hack this guy to death. Reality's thinking was extremely good. The fact that he could think of so many things in such a short time was enough to show how powerful his opponent's spiritual senses were. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Zichen's strength. Crack! The black blade swept past and collided with the long sword. The power of space surged, and the long sword in Reality's hand was actually broken in half. Then, the black blade continued forward, breaking through the opponent's defense and sweeping past his neck. The decapitation was complete. Pooh! Blood spurted out, and a head flew high into the air. This scene happened very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Many people still hadn't reacted, but when they saw a head fly, they were all stunned. Since Si Wu was one of the few people who knew a king-level battle skill, his strength was naturally not as weak as Zichen had said. In their team, Si Wu's strength was definitely in the top 3. However, Si Wu, who was in the top 3, had been killed by Zichen with a single strike. Lu Guangqing and the others were stunned, especially when they saw their companions being killed by Si Wu with a single strike. They were extremely shocked. You actually know a king-level battle skill. The black-armored youth's calm expression changed at this moment. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that not only did his opponent know a king-level battle skill, but he also had a very high level of comprehension. It's just SOS. Zichen smiled faintly. Then he raised his left hand and suddenly pressed downwards. Swish, swish, swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and rays of light flashed. Behind Zichen, Wu Xie and the others who had been waiting impatiently for a long time rushed forward. The 9 of them surrounded the small team of more than 10 people. It's just a king-level battle skill. Do you really think we're idiots who don't understand it? Wu Xie finally seized the opportunity to mock him. When they saw the people and beasts that were surrounded, the faces of the Northern Sea City's corporeal realm experts turned extremely ugly. Their original arrogance and complacency had completely disappeared, because with just a glance, they saw several beasts that were similar to high-level life forms. What is that? A scarlet-eyed boar demon. Could that be the Aurora Pegasus? That can't be a profound ice beast, right? Heavens, are they really from Huping City? Why are there so many higher life forms following them? When Lu Guangqing's group of 6 saw the beasts that Dongqing had summoned, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Seeing the formation in front of him, Jia Wei was also a bit surprised. He then said, "No wonder the city, Lord, repeatedly told me to find the people of Huping City as soon as I came here. It seems like Huping City is prepared to turn the tables this time." Humph. Do you think you can deal with me with this motley crew? High-level life forms? These beasts are not worthy. Just when his teammates were a little flustered, the black-armored youth snorted coldly and released an extremely powerful aura around him. Hearing their leader's confident words, the expressions of his teammates eased slightly. In front of everyone, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "They are very strong. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill them, so your opponent is me." As he spoke, a red light floated out from Death Reality's body and melted into the token in Zi Chen's heart. As for the original number of 2, it directly became 5. Feeling the change in numbers, Zi Chen said softly, "It seems that killing people really does increase my luck points faster than killing beasts." The black-armored youth looked around and felt the murderous aura around him. He felt that it was very troublesome. Then his expression turned cold, and he shouted, "Kill!" After saying that, he charged towards Manshur. The reason why he attacked in advance was to kill 1 or 2 people before Zichen arrived, to relieve the pressure on the others. "I said that your opponent is me." However, just as the black-armored youth took out his long spear and rushed towards Manshur with a roar, he saw a black blade blocking his way. Then the owner of the black blade smiled faintly. "How is this possible? How can he be so fast?" The black-armored youth's expression changed, but at this moment he didn't have time to hesitate. The long spear in his hand flashed with a dazzling brilliance as he charged toward Zichen. Zichen smiled faintly and blocked with the black blade in front of him. Clang! As the spear and the blade collided, a sonorous sound rang out. Zichen's figure retreated several steps. He smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. This is the spear kill. It's almost the same as Zhan Ling's attack, but yours seems to be weaker. Cut the crap and die." The black-armored youth gritted his teeth and used the spear kill again. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it stabbed towards Zichen's chest. Puff! The lightning spear directly pierced through Zichen's forehead. However, before a smile could appear on the face of the young man in black armor, he saw Zichen's figure in front of him disappear like an illusion. 10 meters in front of him stood that despicable fellow with a faint smile on his face. What the hell? How could he dodge my attack? The black-armored youth's expression changed again. The scene in front of him made him feel that it was extremely unreasonable. Zichen's 9 flashes of lightning was very famous in the Lei clan. Moreover, as Zichen's strength increased, he gradually grasped the true power of the 9 flashes of lightning. The real 9 flashes of lightning was not a Houtian or Xiantian technique, but a king battle skill. Of course, Zichen didn't know whether it would change in the future. However, he knew that the 9 flashes of lightning was a kind of divine ability that wasn't restricted by battle skills. Although the black-armored youth knew about king battle skills, he was only at the corporeal realm. If he didn't have the corresponding opportunities, he might never be able to step into the domain realm. Therefore, he didn't know much about king battle skills and naturally didn't know about the mysteries of divine abilities. When it came to divine abilities, the vertical pupil between Wu Xie's brows was definitely one of them. 2 people had been killed by this beam of death as it opened and closed. Bang! The red-eyed boar demon was even more direct. It let out a roar as black smoke swirled around its body before it charged towards a corporeal realm expert. Following an extremely solid collision, the corporeal realm expert felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain. His body trembled as he directly exploded. For safety reasons, Dongqing sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus. The latter's body suddenly released a myriad of silver lights that then gathered towards the horn on its forehead. Whoosh! A thick silver beam of light shot out like a bolt of lightning and attacked a corporeal realm expert. Wherever the beam passed, the void trembled. The corporeal realm expert's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but he felt that the space around him was oppressed. His speed was greatly reduced. He knew that this was another king battle skill. His face turned even paler, but he could only grit his teeth and activate his defense with all his strength. Boom! The thick beam of light hit the corporeal realm expert, causing a loud boom. A powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. When the energy wave and dust completely dissipated, only a token and some fragments of armor were left in the deep pit. As for the corporeal realm expert himself, he had been blasted into nothingness. How is this possible? Lu Guangqing and the other 5 had retreated very far back when the battle began. They were completely stunned when they saw the one-sided battle. One of them couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Gu Wei's solemn and fearful expression eased a lot because of this. With such powerful battle strength, the corporeal realm expert shouldn't have any designs on the few of them. He sighed softly and said, "No wonder they aren't afraid of the people from Yanba Castle. It seems that the people from Huping City are really prepared this time." The corners of the black-armored youth's eyes began to twitch when he heard the loud booms and the mournful screams. The battle strength of the people from Huping City had greatly exceeded his expectations. Now, not only was he unable to kill the corporeal realm expert, he might even die here. Whatever, let's retreat first. The black-armored youth clenched his teeth. He already had the intention to retreat. As for his companions, if they died, then so be it. At most, he would wait until he returned with enough people to avenge them. "I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Seeing the black-armored youth's expression change, Zichen guessed what he was thinking and smiled faintly. As his smile faded, Zichen also saw some tricks in the opponent's attack. Then he flashed forward. The black-armored youth wasn't weak. He was worth Zichen using some of his power. Therefore, the patterns on the black blade in his hand appeared. The blade, golden-eyed beast soul, shadow flashed and disappeared. The long blade, which was already filled with a powerful aura, contained a terrifying power. This power directly caused the void to vibrate, forming a new wave of pressure. When this pressure acted on the black-armored youth, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He roared and pushed the long spear in his hand to the limit. Then he shot out a spear kill. Bang! The blade and spear collided once again, causing a loud explosion. A huge crater with the 2 of them at the center spread out in all directions. Amidst the energy vibrations, the black blade knocked away the long spear. After breaking the long spear's attack, it swept past the black-armored youth's neck at the same time. The beheading was completed. Pooh! Blood splattered and a head rolled. The black-armored youth was dead. Almost at the same time, the battle on Wu Xie's side also ended. After all, there was still one person left who had a slight understanding of the king-level battle skill. Wu Xie's 2 attacks directly eliminated the opponent. When the battle ended, lines of luck points floated out from the corpses and merged into the corresponding tokens. As for how the points were distributed, no one knew. However, it seemed that the points would automatically be distributed to the person who killed the last person. Of course, for existences like the red-eyed boar demon and the Aurora Pegasus, the points would automatically be distributed to Dongqing. On Zichen's side, the black-armored youth's luck point landed on the token on his chest. Originally, it was 5 luck points, but now it jumped to 12 luck points, a total of 7 luck points. Chapter 1341. They lowered their heads and looked at their chests. If it was just one person, it wouldn't be strange. However, a team of 12 actually did something like this. To be honest, it was really stupid. Of course, they were only thinking about it in their hearts. They couldn't really say anything stupid. If Zichen turned hostile and killed them because of this, the losses would outweigh the gains. Hu Pingqing was the last place, so there weren't many things that had been passed down. As for some details, he probably didn't know anything. Looking at the smug crowd, he coughed lightly and said, "Actually, this token can be taken off and put away. It won't affect the increase of luck points." Everyone looked at Gu Wei with some doubt on their faces. The latter could only demonstrate himself and take out his own token. Seeing the token in Gu Wei's hand, Zichen finally remembered that he hadn't seen any tokens on these people before. As for the numbers, they directly appeared in his mind. It's very simple. You just need to use your spiritual thoughts. Gu Wei demonstrated by placing the token on his chest, then took it off and put it away. Zichen's mind moved, and the token automatically appeared in his hand. He casually weighed it in his hand and put it away. Like Zichin, the others also put away their tokens. Only then did everyone's gaze fall on Gu Wei and the others. Then they introduced themselves again and got to know each other again. After witnessing the combat power of Zichen's group, Gu Wei and the others knew that it would be too easy for them to kill the 6 of them. Therefore, the vigilance in their hearts completely disappeared. This was because there was no need to. If Zichan really wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to survive just by being a little more vigilant. After the 2 sides finished introducing themselves, a low voice suddenly came from not far away. "What's Beicheng? All of you can brag to the heavens, but you don't even use a king-level battle skill." Gu Wei turned to look at Wu Xie. After seeing the guy who had killed several people, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Beside him, Zichin explained, "His name is Wu Xie." He nodded and looked at the other people from Huping City. When he saw that they were the same as Wu Xie, with expressions of regret and anger, he was sure that Wu Xie was not joking. Thus he coughed softly and explained, "Actually, the king-tier battle skill only has a mental imprint. Once it is learned, it will disappear. It will not be placed in a spirit ring." Wu Xie was stunned, and the others' expressions also changed. Then Wu Xie grinned and said, "So that's how it is. It's not a big deal." After collecting all the spoils of war, Wu Xie walked over. Zichin, on the other hand, saw a hint of a smile in the eyes of the people behind Gong Wei. In addition to what he had just said about the token, it was obvious that Gong Wei knew a lot. Hence, he asked, "It seems that Brother Gong Wei knows a lot about the Manor Realm." Gong Wei smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's nothing. I just read some of the records of our predecessors before coming here." Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zichin, you made us wait for so long." As it turned out, after arriving at the Manor Realm, the 10 of them had stayed in their own area to wait for the people from Huping City to arrive. Before they came, the city lord had specially instructed that the 2 cities had too few people, so they had to form an alliance to grow stronger. However, after waiting for so long, they did not see the people from Huping City. Instead, they met the people from Northland City, who had suddenly retreated. The 2 sides did not even fight, but they had already lost 2 people. Left with no choice, Gong Wei could only suggest that they retreat, and 2 more people died on the way. When Zichen heard this, he felt embarrassed and said, "After we arrived here, one of us also died. He was killed by a battle spirit. Along the way, we guessed that our original battle techniques would be ineffective here. Similarly, we were also wary of battle spirits, so we moved slower." Gong Wei nodded and said, "Brother Zichin, it's only right that you consider everyone's safety. However, there are not many battle spirits in our outer area. For regions like ours, which are numbered toward the end, there is only one level 1 battle spirit. Since Brother Zichin killed a battle spirit, you won't encounter any more battle spirits before leaving this area. Of course, there are still level 1 battle beasts. Level 1 battle spirits, level 1 battle beasts." Zichin was surprised to hear this ranking system. The corpses on the ground had been dealt with. Gong Wei glanced into the depths and suggested, "Why don't we talk as we walk?" Zichin nodded in agreement. Then a few battle beasts took charge of guarding the area. Level 1 battle spirits and level 1 battle beasts. This ranking system is unique to the Manor Realm. Level 1 battle spirits represent the late stage of the reality realm. Level 2 represent the half-step domain realm. Level 3 represent the early stage of the domain realm. Level 4 represent the middle stage. Level 5 represent the late stage, and so on. As for the battle beasts, they all represent the same level. However, compared to the outside world, almost all of the existences here know king-tier battle techniques. Gong Wei began to explain everything he knew to Zichin in detail. Lord Wu hadn't told him about these matters before coming here. Perhaps it was because he felt that these weren't important, so he had overlooked them. That's just general knowledge. Next, there are some secrets about the Manor Realm. I wonder if Brother Zichen is interested in hearing them? Gong Wei asked with a smile. Zichen was a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Since it's a secret, why don't you tell me about it?" There are two secrets I know. The first one is about lucky points. It's said that lucky points are very useful in the Manor Realm, but I don't know the details. The second one is about the ranking of our city. The ranking of our city when we enter the Manor Realm has a lot to do with the ranking of our city. Similarly, it's said that there are ways for a city's ranking to fall or rise, but I don't know if it's true or not. Zichen became curious about this person after hearing about the two secrets and everything that had happened before. He asked, "Brother Jiawei, you seem to know a lot about the Domain Manor." Gong Wei, who had a faint smile on his face, became embarrassed when he heard this. He said, "To be honest, Lu Guangqing used to be ranked very high in the entire Shantian prefecture. Unfortunately, the later generations are not as good as the previous ones. This directly caused his ranking to drop again and again. All the information I know is from ancient books. As for the recent tens of thousands of years, I haven't obtained any useful insights at all." Gong Wei sighed and said, "If you want to survive here, your goal is to plunder. Moreover, the tokens are distributed in an orderly manner, so the forces at the bottom are destined to be at a disadvantage. Usually it's already a miracle if 5 out of 10 people come back. 5 out of 10 people came and returned. The death rate was more than 50%. Even so, it was still considered a miracle. This showed how dangerous this place was. With Gong Wei and the others leading the way, Zichen and the others began to go in a straight line. Soon, they walked out of Area 108 and arrived at Area 107. The battle spirits here had already been cleared out by Gong Wei and the others. They didn't encounter any battle spirits other than a few level 1 battle beasts along the way. The outer areas were relatively less dangerous, but similarly, there were very few opportunities. Zichen and the others didn't gain anything other than a few battle beast corpses that weren't of much use. During this time, Zichen had specifically instructed that the group would only travel during the day. As for the night, they would continue to comprehend the king-level battle skill that they had no clue about. Seeing that Zichen and the others were so serious but not making any progress, Gong Wei also tried to persuade them appropriately. It was actually very difficult for a reality realm cultivator to comprehend a king-level battle skill. As for someone like Zichen, who had relied on himself to create a move, he was completely different. Gong Wei told him that under normal circumstances, no one would recommend a reality realm cultivator to comprehend a king-level battle skill. Although it could increase one's battle strength, it would take too much time and effort. Not only would it exhaust one's own battle strength, but it would also require the help of a domain realm cultivator. It was only after confirming that a domain realm was about to open that some forces would conduct surprise training for reality realm cultivators. Then, they would let them comprehend a few king-level battle skills to protect themselves in the domain realm. However, the skills they comprehended were usually the simplest. As for after arriving here, due to the environmental factors and the fact that they had some battle spirits and battle beasts as sparring partners, their king-level battle skills would improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, this was all under the premise that they had a foundation. People like Wu Xie and the others, who had no foundation to speak of and no clue about how to comprehend a king-level battle skill, would need at least half a year's time if they wanted to get started. Therefore, this was something that couldn't be rushed. For example, Gong Wei's group of dozens of people had all undergone surprise training in the outside world. However, only 2 of them had managed to comprehend a king-level battle skill after decades of time. Unfortunately, after the rankings were announced, there were only 10 spots. Besides Gong Wei, the other person had been killed by someone from Northern Sea City while he was protecting them. Seeing that the group didn't listen to his advice, Gong Wei stopped trying to persuade them. Instead, he urged the people he had brought along to speed up their training. Another night, The starry sky shone down on Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, causing his body to emit a hazy silver glow. At this moment, Zichen was using his perfect spiritual thoughts to copy the black-armored youth's stab and the battle spirit stab over and over again in his mind. Both attacks had the same effect, but the latter was obviously more proficient. In his mind, Zichen was also thrusting his spear forward. At the same time, he felt that he had made great progress when he used the beheading blade. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, a silver spear appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, the silver spear looked like a coiled silver dragon. As Zichen moved the spear in his hand, the silver dragon seemed to come alive and wriggle slowly. Zichen, who was standing on a boulder, suddenly released a dazzling golden light. The golden light directly dyed the night sky into daytime. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. Such a change alarmed everyone. Even the battle beasts in the distance looked back at Zichen. Zichen moved the dragon spear in his hand horizontally. With a tap of his foot, his figure shot forward. As his figure shot out, the tip of the spear in his hand trembled slightly. Then, a fused force spread out in all directions. The spear directly touched a huge mountain rock in the distance. Then, Zichen's cold shout resounded between heaven and earth. Chapter 1342. The spear that was pointing at the huge boulder was instantly retracted. Zichen's figure also returned to his original position. A wave of spatial power fluctuated on the boulder in front of him, and the two sounds of the spear reverberated between heaven and earth. Boom! The entire mountain exploded, and many pieces of rock shot out in all directions, like hidden weapons that pierced through the air. Looking at the standing Zichen, everyone's expression immediately changed. Thinking back to the scene just now, their faces were filled with disbelief. What did Zichen just use? Was it the spear attack? The king-level battle skill, spear attack. Has Zichen already comprehended it? He really did comprehend the spear attack, but how long has it been? Exclamations kept coming from everyone's mouths. They looked at Zichen with even more shock in their eyes. Among them, the one whose expression changed the most was Jiawei. Although he didn't comprehend the spear attack, the skill he had comprehended was not much different from the spear attack. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend such a skill. Back then, it had taken them dozens of years to learn it. Although they were in the outside world and the conditions were not as natural as here, the time Zichen used was too short. Compared to the shock of Lu Guangqing's group, Mansher's group was filled with surprise. Then they all cheered. However, Zichen didn't turn around. He still stood on the boulder in front of them, but his hands moved again. He put away the spear and took out a long sword. The quality of the sword was much worse than the spear, but everyone's attention was on Zichen at the moment. Naturally, no one paid attention to the quality of the sword. What is he doing? Looking at Zichen holding the sword, everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what he was going to do. However, Jiawei guessed something in his heart. Then he looked like he had seen a ghost and whispered, "It can't be." "Big brother, what can it be?" asked a reality realm cultivator beside him. Jiawei shook his head in disbelief and said, "Impossible. He can't comprehend the spear attack and the sword attack unless—" However, just as his words faded, he saw the red-eyed demon boar, which was patrolling in the distance, suddenly dashing towards Zichen. Soon after, a glow was released from its body as it charged towards Zichen. The red-eyed boar demon used a king-tier battle skill in its charge. Its eyes glowed with excitement, as if it had just seen a prey. Among the group of beasts, other than Zichen, who knew the decapitation technique, only the red-eyed demon boar knew the king's level combat technique. However, it was a pity that it had only mastered the most basic charge technique. It could not be compared to Zichen's beheading strike. When Zichen held the long blade in his hand, it would feel a sense of danger. This was a beast's unique, keen perception. But today, Zichen had suddenly abandoned his knife and wielded his spear. He had used another king-class battle skill. This attack was still powerful, but it was weaker than the beheading attack. So, the red-eyed pig demon wanted to fight Zichen. However, when it charged forward, Zichen changed his spear into a sword. Seeing the red-eyed pig demon charging towards him, Zichen did not dodge. He only held his long sword tightly and thrust it forward. A low shout was heard, "Sword kill!" The long sword that was charging forward tore through the air. A glaring light flowed from the sword, and a mysterious ripple that was fused with the power of space enveloped the area in front of it. This was the king-tier battle skill, Sword Kill. The red-eyed pig demon that was charging forward suddenly slowed down. It was as if its entire body had sunk into a quagmire. Its speed had decreased by a third. This is also a king-tier battle skill. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Bang! The tip of the long sword hit the red-eyed pig demon that was charging forward. The black and gold energies collided in the sky. A violent explosion resounded between heaven and earth. Following that, the energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Wherever the energy shockwaves passed, the surrounding mountains and rocks were all crushed into powder. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the place where the energy shockwaves collided. In their hearts, there was a trace of anticipation to see who was stronger and who was weaker. The shockwaves of energy slowly dissipated. Two figures rushed out one after another. One of them gently landed on a large rock. It was Zichen who was holding his sword. As for the other black figure, it whistled through the air as it hit a large rock. After that, the black figure's body also fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. When everyone saw this scene, they were in an uproar. On the other hand, Dongqing felt sorry for the red-eyed pig demon. She jumped over in a flash. When the red-eyed pig demon crawled out of the crater and saw that the latter was fine, she scolded it. "Why did you suddenly bump into Zichen? Don't you know how strong he is?" The red-eyed pig demon lightly snorted. Not far away, Zichen, who was standing on a large rock, changed his weapon once again. He smiled at the red-eyed pig demon and said, "Do you want to try again?" The red-eyed pig demon snorted and shook its head. Dongqing also turned around and glared at Zichen. Her slightly reproachful look was somewhat charming. Suddenly, it was very flirtatious. It was as if a couple was flirting with each other. Fortunately, everyone was shocked by Zichen's two moves at the same time. They did not notice this scene. The first one to run to Zichen was Wu Xia. The latter almost jumped over and hugged Zichen's thigh. If it was a woman, such a scene would naturally be seductive. However, Wu Xia was a man, and a very ugly one at that. Zichen suddenly had the urge to kick him. Wu Xie did not care about Zichen's feelings. His expression was very excited. He hugged Zichen's thigh and shook it continuously. He almost begged, "Zichen, how did you do it? Please teach me." Compared to Wu Xie's straightforwardness, Manshur was much more reserved. He came closer and scratched his head. He said, "Zichen, I also have some enlightenment recently. Why don't we exchange our insights?" Zichen's face suddenly had a strange expression. It seemed that the two's personalities had changed. The scheming Wu Xia was straightforward. On the contrary, the somewhat silly Manshur suddenly became very tactful. "Zichen, congratulations." The sound of footsteps could be heard. Shang Guanhong walked over. She stared at Zichen with a hint of happiness in her beautiful eyes. Then Wang Jun and the others also walked over from afar. While they were congratulating Yi Xian, their faces were still filled with disbelief. "Amazing, really amazing. Zichen, I didn't expect you to actually comprehend the essence of a king-level battle skill. It's a skill that allows you to comprehend every move." He looked at Zi-chan in disbelief and praised. Amazing. Others first comprehend the skill and then try to integrate the power of space through the skill. However, you actually directly comprehended the power of space and created these moves. Even some domain realm cultivators may not be able to do such a thing. Amazing, really amazing. Zi-chan put away his weapon and kicked Wu Xie to the side. He put on an expression as if he did not know him. Then he smiled and said, "You flatter me, you flatter me." It was just a moment of enlightenment. Behind Jia Wei, Lu Guangqing's group of 5 looked at Zi-chan with eyes full of admiration. Shang Guanhong walked over with the red-eyed boar demon. Although the latter was defeated in one hit, it was not injured because of its strong defense. Did you really comprehend it in one move? Lu Guangqing seemed to want to confirm. Zi-chan nodded and smiled. It should be about the same. Although the weapons are different, the attacks are the same. You really did comprehend it in one move. In terms of king-level battle skills, you have already surpassed many first domain realm cultivators. Since you've comprehended it in one move, you've completely mastered it. This is equivalent to mastering all first domain battle skills. Lu Guangqing could not help but praise. Indeed, I've barely mastered it. Now, tell me what you're familiar with, and I'll leave a mark for you to comprehend. As soon as Zi-chan finished speaking, Lu Guangqing looked at Zi-chan in a different light. He asked in shock, "What? You can create your own battle skill mark? How is that possible? Even first domain realm cultivators can't do that." Lu Guangqing and the other 5 people also had some common sense, so they all looked at Zi-chan in disbelief. When Wu Xie and the others heard Lu Guangqing's words, they looked at Zi-chan nervously. Zi-chan smiled and said casually, "It's not a big deal. It'll be fine as long as my spiritual force is strong enough." Zi-chan's spiritual force might not be as strong as a domain realm cultivator's spiritual force, but it was a perfect spiritual force, so it was naturally very special. Then, Zi-chan demonstrated it personally. He left a mark in Man Shi's spiritual sea. This mark was an attack made with a fist. If it had a name, it would probably be called the Fist Kill. Then he left an image mark of the Sword Kill for Shang Guanhong. Me, and me. I'm good at almost everything. Pass it on to me. Wu Xie seemed to be a little impatient. Zi-chan glanced at Wu Xie and only gave him a mark. Then, Zi-chan gave each of them a mark. What surprised Zi-chan was that he also knew the charging technique of the red-eyed demon boar. Then he passed on the charging imprint to the souls of these battle beasts. After passing on the imprints of all the humans and beasts, everyone began to meditate and comprehend in peace. The battle beasts, on the other hand, could not wait to find other battle beasts to test it on themselves. After a few days, Wu Xie and the others all had some gains. Each of them was clamoring to find a level 1 battle spirit to practice with. Just like that, the group quickened their pace. When they reached the area of Northern Sea City, the group did not find any battle spirits. Instead, they saw a small team of 10 people. These were the people left behind by Northern Sea City. They seemed to be waiting for the return of the black-armored youth and the others. However, they did not see the sea of people. Instead, they saw the people from Hu Pingqing and Lu Guangqing. Their faces were immediately filled with surprise. As 2 numbers appeared in his mind, a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator asked, "How can it be you guys? How can you guys still be alive?" Hearing this question, Wu Xie did not wait for Zi-chan to answer. He sneered and said, "Of course we're alive. However, I don't think you guys will be able to survive after this." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Xie was the first to rush towards the small team. Then, the others also rushed forward and immediately surrounded them. Seeing so many special battle beasts and the murderous crowd, the faces of the people from Northern Sea City turned green. Chapter 1343. King Level Battle Skill, Spear Kill. Sword kill. Fist kill. A series of low and deep roars resounded from the empty ground. Waves of energy rose up, shining with resplendent light and releasing a powerful aura, attacking the group from Northern Sea City. At this moment, many level 1 entry skills appeared. When the group from Northern Sea City saw that so many people actually knew king level battle skills, their faces were filled with despair. Boom, boom, boom. A series of energy explosions rang out one after another, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. When the violent energy dissipated, there was already a huge crater in the ground, and in the crater there were many incomplete corpses. The battle ended in a very short time. Immediately after, many lucky points floated out from the deep pit, and everyone started to distribute them. As for Zichen, who was standing in the distance, he did not receive a single point. Looking at the constantly increasing number of lucky points on the token, Wu Xie and the others could not help but shout excitedly. This was to celebrate their victory using king-level battle skills. For this victory, everyone deliberately stayed in this area for an extra day, and then drank and barbecued meat to celebrate. Zichen, who was the best at barbecuing among the group, naturally became everyone's coolie. Next to a bonfire, the blazing flames illuminated Zichen's handsome face. He was currently barbecuing meat. Although he was a coolie, the treatment he received was not bad. There were even a few bottles of good wine beside him. Of course, these wines were made by Zichen. He was not only a coolie, but a coolie who was endlessly oppressed. He could still hear the cheers of Wu Xie and Manshur. That night, the two of them were the loudest. Their roars of persuasion even drowned out the groans of the red-eyed demon boar. Hearing those noises, Zichen shook his head and smiled. These people really knew how to be self-satisfied. It was just a level 1 lower grade king level battle skill, and they were actually this happy. The sound of footsteps came from behind Zichen. It was Jia Wei who walked toward Zichen with a wine jug and then sat down beside Zichen. As soon as he sat down, Jia Wei waved the wine jug in his hand at Zichen. Then he drank it all in one gulp, threw away the empty jug, and then took a new one from Zichen and opened it. "It's so lively over there. Why are you here?" Zichen smiled faintly and also drank a big mouthful. When he put the jug down, there were still some wine stains on the corner of his mouth. "I came specially to thank you." Jia Wei smiled with a touch of his eyes, not only to thank him for saving his life, but also for passing on the skill. "If you really want to thank me, then please drink less. It wasn't easy for me to get this wine," Zichen joked. Although the two of them were already familiar with each other, Zichen's joke still startled Shi Guang. "I brought this from the Tianwu continent. It's a rare collection, a limited edition product. Every bottle you drink is one less bottle, so you should save it," said Zichen. Jia Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. He then looked back at the lively crowd and said, "I was wondering why this wine was different. I thought it was a specialty of Huping City, but I didn't expect it to come from another world. In that case, there won't be a second time. Let's drink to our heart's content." Then, the two of them laughed beside the bonfire. The laughter lasted for a long time. Slowly, Jia Wei's expression turned serious. "Speak, what's the matter?" Zichen was still patiently turning the barbecued meat. He did not believe that Gu Wei had come to his side just to drink wine. How could it be possible that he had come to accompany a man when there were two delicate beauties there? After a while, Jia Wei slowly said, "This time, we'll probably run into battle spirits. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be." Zichen nodded. He was naturally aware of this. The entire prefectural domain is a huge circle. You should know that, right? Jia Wei suddenly turned his head and asked. Zichen nodded. He was still looking at the meat in front of him. "I knew a little before coming. The people of the 108 cities of the Shantian prefecture will appear in the periphery of this huge circle because of their ranking. However, the periphery is also divided into several layers, including the inner and outer regions. The cities that are ranked higher will appear extremely close to the inner regions, while the cities that are ranked lower will appear in the outermost regions. For example, Jia Wei paused for a moment, then put down the almost empty wine jug in his hand and said, "The entire outer region has a total of 5 layers, and each layer is divided into 20 regions. In these regions, there are 20 cities stationed. 20 cities to a layer, so there were a total of 5 layers. In other words, there were only 100 cities." Ziqin quickly understood what Jia Wei meant. "You're saying that the region we're about to enter is the 5th layer?" Jia Wei nodded. "That's right. We're about to enter the 5th layer. At the same time, it also means that we'll encounter the cultivators of the top 100 cities." Although Jia Wei didn't say much, Ziqin could still see the deep worry in his eyes. He smiled and said, "It's fine. This is only the top 100. Our ultimate goal is the inner region." Ziqin's consolation didn't work. Jia Wei shook his head and said, "Entering the inner region is just what we want. In fact, the prefectural domain has opened several times, but the seniors of our Lu Guangqing have only reached the 3rd layer at most." Ziqin asked curiously, "Didn't your Lu Guangqing rank very high back then? Why did you only reach the 3rd layer?" "That's because a portion of the cultivators in each region will go deep, while the rest will stay in this region to kill intruders. They'll go through layer after layer and go through life-or-death battles. It's already very good to reach the 3rd layer." Ziqin was a little surprised by this, but it was understandable after some thought. Since killing people would give them luck points, why would they go deep? It wasn't a bad idea to stay in one's own region and kill people to earn luck points and try their luck. Of course, Ziqin believed that most of these people were extremely conservative. It was likely that the radical ones would only go deep. Ziqin patted Jia Wei's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. We'll be careful and do what we can. By the way, if I'm not wrong, Yanbo Castle should be in the top 20. "Yanbo Castle is ranked 83rd in Shantian Prefecture," said Jia Wei. Ziqin's smiling eyes were cold. 83rd. How dare such trash come looking for trouble with us? I hope we can meet and settle our grudges here. Jia Wei's expression changed when he heard this. "You're going to look for trouble with the people of Yanbo Castle." Ziqin corrected him. "You should say that I'm going to take revenge. They can't even hide, and you're actually going to look for trouble?" Ziqin corrected him again. "I'm not looking for trouble. I'm taking revenge. Moreover, I've already promised our mayor and the people in the castle that I'll kill all the people from Yanbo Castle." Jia Wei looked at Ziqin as if he were looking at a madman. In his opinion, Ziqin was indeed crazy to go looking for trouble with 83 people. The next day, the group advanced again. Everything was as Jia Wei said. After advancing in a straight line for about 5 days, they arrived at another region. As soon as they reached this region, they encountered a 1st-grade war spirit. Wu Xie and the others were clearly very excited about this. They shouted loudly and charged forward. They urgently needed to spar with a 1st-grade war spirit to see if their king-level battle techniques had improved. At this point, a 1st-grade war spirit could no longer cause them any trouble. Almost everyone could fight it. Everyone fought on their own and then scattered. In front of Ziqin was a war spirit with an extremely cold expression. The other party held a pitch-black long sword in his hand. Although he also used a sword attack, his attacks were more flexible and varied. It seemed that the other party was about to comprehend a mid-grade, level 1 king level battle technique. Ziqin observed every attack of the other party and quickly memorized it with his spiritual senses. At the same time, he gradually verified his own mid-grade, level 1 king, level battle technique. "Pooh, When he sensed that the other party would not make any more changes, Zi-chan held his sword and directly slashed at the other party. It was still a beheading attack. It was just that, until now, no one had been able to give a true ranking of the battle B/. However, after seeing it, Jia Wei guessed that the beheading attack should be a top-grade level 1 king level battle technique. Of course, this was just a guess after seeing the power displayed at the moment. As for the true ranking, he would only know after Zi-chan broke through to the domain realm. As expected, the war spirit in front of him was killed by Zi-chan with a single slash. As soon as he killed the war spirit, Zi-chan saw someone rushing toward him. It was Wang Jun. Zi-chan, this is bad. I found some humans, Wang Jun shouted from afar. Humans were enemies here, but Zi-chan was not nervous when he heard this. Instead, he seemed to be a little excited. He then asked, "How many people are there? Did they find you?" "I don't know the number of people. I rushed back as soon as I saw them. As for the trail, I think it should have been discovered," Wang Jun muttered. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Zi-chan did not blame him for being careless. Instead, he laughed and said, "Okay, hurry up and get the others to come back. If these people don't attack us, we will treat them with courtesy. If they attack us first, we will not be polite." Wang Jun looked at Zi-chan suspiciously. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Zi-chan's expression at this moment was as if he was eager for these people to attack them. Just as Wang Jun was about to call the others back, he saw Zi-chan take out a communication signal and release it into the sky. A loud explosion was heard, and it was as if fireworks were blooming in the sky. This was indeed an effective way to gather everyone. But wouldn't that expose their identities? Sure enough, Zi-chan's original intention was to fight. Wang Jun felt that Zi-chan wanted to fight so much because he felt that it was too slow to accumulate luck points by himself. After that, Wu Xie and the others returned. After learning that they had found humans, these guys who had comprehended king-level battle techniques were very excited. They kept clamoring for people to come and practice with them. Wang Jun was a little speechless about these bellicose people. Chapter 1344. The sound of something breaking through the air came from all directions. Following that, streaks of light appeared in everyone's line of sight. Each streak of light was a silhouette. Looking at the group of cultivators coming from all directions, Wu Xie and Man Shi's faces were filled with excitement. 1, 2. At the same time, the two of them began to count heads with great interest. Like chickens eating rice, they nodded once when they saw a person. Unexpectedly, the two of them nodded more than 20 times at once. Good heavens, 23. As expected of a city in the top 100. This number of people is really enviable. Hearing Wu Xie's praise, Wang Jun and Ma Wei couldn't help but bitterly smile. This was a city in the top 100. Its foundation was absolutely deep. How could it be so easy to kill? Little did they know that while they were thinking about the city was also thinking about them. A total of 23 people came. As they approached, everyone sensed the city's serial number. 93. This wasn't the 100th of the top 100, nor was it the 99th. It was the 93rd ranked city, Liaowei City. After sensing this number, even Zi-chen's face became more solemn. Everyone else's expression also became more solemn. Only Wu Xie and Man Shi were still very excited. "Oh my, let's see who these people are." A strange voice rang out from afar. "Haha, 107th and 108th. Am I seeing things? It's actually the second to last city. How bold of you to actually dare to come to our Liao Wei City's territory." After sensing the serial number of the city that Zi-chen and the others were in, the expression on their faces was filled with ridicule. A group of 23 people surrounded Zi-chen. After seeing Man Shi, a green-armored cultivator with a mocking expression pointed at him and said jokingly, "Look at that idiot! He's so excited. People who don't know would think that he's going to kill us." Immediately, Roars of laughter sounded from all around. Right after that, another cultivator said, "Look at that ugly guy with crooked eyes. That guy looks very excited as well. He seems to have some ideas about us." Man Shi and Wu Xia were enraged when they heard this. The former even shouted, "Die!" After shouting, Man Shi did not wait for Zichen to speak. He clenched his fist and charged towards the green-armored cultivator in front of him. Fist kill. A black iron-like radiance appeared on Man Shi's fist. This radiance was very dazzling. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. He clenched his fist and confidently punched forward. Oh, a basic king-tier battle skill. There was a hint of surprise in the young man's eyes. He clenched his fist and used the same method to punch forward. Boom! The two fists collided, causing a loud explosion. Following that, a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. During the collision, Man Shi and the young man in green armor both took 2 steps back. Die! As soon as the collision ended, Wu Xia, who had been impatient for a long time, also launched a powerful attack. Boom! Both sides were evenly matched. Neither side had the upper hand. Oh, you have some tricks up your sleeve. The two people fighting Wu Xia and Man Shi had a look of surprise on their faces. Oh, not bad. You've actually entered the sect. No wonder you look like you're courting death. The green-armored cultivator looked at Man Shi with a mocking expression. When the others heard this, they also roared with laughter. Brother Wei can't do it. He actually didn't kill this fool. Haha. Brother Liao also didn't succeed. It seems that ugly guy is quite strong. A few cultivators were jeering. When Man Shi and Wu Xia saw this scene, they suppressed their excitement in their hearts, and a serious expression appeared on their faces. Zichen, what do we do now? Seeing this, Gong Wei also sent a voice transmission to Zichen. Let's wait and see. Zichen glanced around and glanced at a certain spot before speaking in an indifferent tone. In front, the green-armored cultivator fighting man sure took a few steps forward and laughed disdainfully. Kid, look at your foolish and confident face. You seem to think that you're amazing just because you've mastered the beginner technique. Today, your Master Wei will let you see what a mid-grade battle skill is. Man Shi's pupils shrank. He said in disbelief, "You know a mid-grade battle skill?" The green-armored cultivator smiled faintly and said, "I know a little, but to kill you, I think it's enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the green-armored cultivator stretched out his palm toward Man Shi. A water-like energy appeared between his fingers. Gong Wei almost cried out in surprise when he saw the energy. Even Zichen's expression changed because of it. That power was a fusion of the power of space. As the green-armored cultivator clenched his fist, a powerful wave of energy was released from his fist. His originally mocking expression became extremely cold. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Explosive killing fist. Along with a shout, a dazzling light, and a powerful aura was released from his fist. It fiercely flew toward Man Shi. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. In addition, the air resistance seemed to have increased countless times in an instant. Man Shi, who wanted to counterattack, found that his movements had become extremely slow. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. Every movement seemed to be very strenuous. A sense of impending death filled his heart in an instant. Man Shi's forehead immediately beaded with sweat. At this point, he couldn't care about anything else. Following that, with a loud shout, streaks of black iron appeared on the surface of his body. His body also instantly grew larger. The completely transformed Man Shi's strength and defense were both greatly increased. The pressure from before was also greatly reduced. He clenched his fist tightly. When the dangerous fist light from the opposite side arrived, he also suddenly punched out. Killing fist. The two fists collided once again. A powerful explosion erupted. The surrounding ground trembled. Because of it, a huge crack spread out from under the two people's feet. The surging energy wave even destroyed some rocks hundreds of meters away. Thud! 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 In front of him, the green-armored cultivator also took several steps back. His situation was only slightly better than Mansur's. His originally cold eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Mansur again. Around them, the people who were originally mocking Mansur also felt a sense of oppression when they saw the completely transformed Mansur. Even Brother Wei's most powerful attack couldn't kill this fool. It seemed that this fool was really something. The green-armored cultivator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "I underestimated you, fool. I didn't expect you to be such a strange existence." Obviously, he had guessed something after seeing Mansur's current appearance. Mansur retreated directly behind Zichin. After sensing that something was wrong, Wu Xie didn't dare to be careless and walked back. The special environment of the Manor Realm made it so that only king-level combat skills could exert the greatest attack power here. A higher-level combat skill also represented a greater power. It was also very impressive that Mansur could block a higher-level attack with his transformed body. However, Wu Xie didn't think that he could block it. Although he had an immortal body, he didn't want his body to explode because of his arrogance in this situation. After Mansur and Wu Xie retreated, Zichen faced the two cultivators who had attacked him previously. The green-armored cultivator looked at Zichen and sneered. "Why, you're their leader. I wonder what you're capable of." Zichen glanced at the two of them without saying anything. Then he glanced at the group of people indifferently and looked into the distance. He said indifferently, "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" Everyone looked back in surprise. They didn't understand what Zichen meant. Only the two cultivators in front of him changed their expressions. "Come out. Stop hiding." Zichen smiled coldly. "You can sense my presence." An indifferent and surprised voice sounded. Then a person walked out of the void in front of them. It was a tall and burly man. He only wore a leather armor, and the muscles on his bare arms were very obvious. At a glance, one could tell that he was filled with great power. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zichen. "Boss Wei Chang, why are you here?" The group of corporeal realm cultivators behind him were surprised when they saw the burly man. However, they soon became happy. "Boss! Boss!" Wherever the burly man passed, a group of cultivators would shout out. The burly man named Wei Chang walked to the front of the group. His cold eyes, which had been staring at Zichen, moved away and looked at the people behind Zichen. When he saw Wu Xie, he frowned slightly. However, when he saw Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing, his frown slowly relaxed. "Leave these two women. You can scram." The burly man pointed at Zichen again and said indifferently, "Of course, while I'm in a good mood, you should scram as far away as possible." Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing's faces were cold. Even the battle beasts beside them were emitting killing intent. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, "I was in a good mood and wanted to tell you to leave your luck points and scram. Since you want to die, I'll send you all on your way." When they heard Zichen's words, the cultivators in front of him were stunned. Then they burst into laughter. "Kid, are you crazy? Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you talk to Boss Wei Chang like that? You're finished." The coldness on Wei Chang's face grew stronger. He shouted, "Kid, you've successfully angered me. Then let's kill everyone." A powerful aura surged from Wei Chang's body. He was at the peak of the corporeal realm, only one step away from the domain realm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and punched at Zichen. This punch was very similar to the one from the green-armored cultivator, but it was much more powerful. Die, exploding killing fist. Facing this powerful punch, Zichen's expression didn't change much. His body released a dazzling golden light, and he also clenched his fist and punched. Chapter 1345. The expressions of the Liao Wei city cultivators changed after Zi Chen's punch. They were stunned at first, but then they burst into laughter. What a joke, he's just a beginner. I thought he was some kind of powerful trash, but it looks like he's only SOSO. How dare he spout such arrogant words with such little skill? He's simply courting death. Zi Chen remained expressionless in the face of ridicule and mockery. He fiercely punched out, and the golden fist light collided with Wei Chang's attack. Boom! A violent collision followed. Zi Chen felt a powerful force instantly pierce through his fist light, heading straight for his chest. The attack that he had just unleashed was only able to last for a moment before it was neutralized. He only smiled faintly at the sight of the indomitable fist light. He extended his fist and slapped forward. Golden light flashed on the palm as a wave of energy, no weaker than the previous punch spread out. The dazzling and powerful palm collided with the fist light. The originally surging energy waves grew even more terrifying in the next moment. Everyone in the surroundings immediately retreated when they saw that the situation was far from good. Rumble. The sounds of energy collisions continued to ring out. Everyone was shocked as they watched the battle in the arena. The rumbling sounds of the earth splitting apart continued. Smoke and dust swept across the sky, as well as energy ripples covered the entire battlefield. Such an attack was simply too powerful and ferocious. That kid should be smashed to pieces by Boss's attack. Boss's attacks are even stronger than some domain stage practitioners. A mere mid-corporeal stage kid is nothing. Pride and ridicule once again appeared on the faces of the Liao Wei city cultivators after they saw such a vast wave of energy. They all believed that the kid would not be able to survive. Looking back at Zi Chen's side, other than a few people who were still full of confidence in Zi Chen, everyone else's faces were more or less filled with worry. Zi Chen was the strongest amongst them. If even Zi Chen could not block the opponent's attack, then they would likely die here. You want to use this kind of attack to kill Zi Chen? Stop dreaming, Wu Xie replied indifferently with a disdainful smile when he heard the various disdainful voices. On the battlefield, the tremors gradually came to a stop, and the energy ripples also dissipated. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the battlefield. On the messy battlefield, there was a huge fissure that was thousands of feet wide in the ground. Two figures stood on the other side of the huge fissure, looking at the black-robed figure indifferently standing there. The cultivators from Liao Wei city couldn't help but cry out in alarm. On Zi Chen's side, Gu Wei and the others also let out a sigh of relief. On the battlefield in front of them, Zi Chen was completely unscathed. Even his clothes weren't torn, so naturally he wasn't injured. There was only a little bit of dust on his body. How is this possible? The difference between their realms is so great, and their battle skills are also one level apart. How could he still be alive? This is impossible. This must be an illusion, or Boss was holding back. They naturally knew how powerful their boss was. Even in Liao Wei city, he could be ranked in the top 5. However, he couldn't kill someone who was using a low-grade battle skill with a mid-grade battle skill. Not only did he not kill him, he didn't even injure him. You do have some skills. Wei Chang's gaze towards Zi Chen became even colder. He coldly snorted, and with a tap of his foot, he directly flew through the huge fissure and attacked Zi Chen. Just as Wei Chang moved, Zi Chen's figure also flashed into the air. He then stretched out his hands to block this powerful attack. His left hand formed a fist, while his right hand formed a palm. Both attacks were launched at the same time. One fist strike, one palm strike, and one palm strike, carrying the same amount of energy fluctuations, bombarded the fist light in front of him. After the attack, Zi Chen easily retreated 5 steps. 2 sword auras with sword-killing intent also burst out from his fingertips. Boom! The 4 attacks hit the fist light one after another, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Ripples appeared in the sky above. Seeing that their boss's attack was so easily neutralized by 4 attacks, Liao Wei City's people were immediately shocked. How does he know so many king-level battle skills, and he can use them so casually? Although these are all entry-level battle skills, how can he be proficient in all of them? Could it be its true meaning, the true essence of a king-level battle skill? He actually comprehended it. Exclamations sounded one after another from below. In the sky, Wei Chong launched another attack. The 2 figures constantly flashed and intertwined. Everyone on Zichen's side gradually relaxed when they saw that Zichen hadn't killed or been injured for a long time. On the other hand, the people of Liao Wei City's expression had been fluctuating intensely because of Zichen's performance. Bang! Wei Chong launched another fist light. Zichen stared at his opponent's attack. His spiritual senses also wandered around his opponent's body, probing the waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. As for himself, when the fist light arrived, he turned into an aurora and flashed away at lightning speed. Zichen's speed surprised Wei Chong. Naturally, he was also very angry because his following attacks couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Do you only know how to dodge? Wei Chong was furious and yelled at Zichen. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a perfect spiritual sense transformed into a human figure that was rapidly punching. Zichen had fought once in the real world, but he had already attacked thousands of times in the sea of consciousness. Whoosh! With another punch, the space in front of him was violently distorted. Then, a surge of power swept through the sea of consciousness. A dazzling and powerful fist light appeared in the sea of consciousness. Success! The perfect spiritual sense dissipated from the sea of consciousness. Then, a voice echoed in the sea of consciousness. He had successfully comprehended the mid-grade battle skill. In the real world, Zichen's eyes flashed with 2 rays of light. He sneered and said indifferently, "Okay, let's decide the winner with the next blow." As his voice fell, Zichen's body suddenly released a powerful aura. Boundless golden light emanated from his body. That golden light was so dazzling that it made everyone feel as if they were looking at a golden-armored war god. When Wei Chong heard Zichen's words, killing intent surged on his face. The blue veins on his arm bulged. Waves of power surged to his arm until his entire arm was filled with spatial power. He sneered at Zichen. Then he took a step forward and launched a punch. Explosive fist. At this moment, there seemed to be only this dazzling fist light left between heaven and earth. The powerful aura carried by the fist light made everyone feel great danger. Even Zichen, who was like a war god, seemed to be overshadowed by this punch. As one of the top 5 existences in Liao Wei City, this punch of Wei Chong's had exceeded the power of his level. However, if he wanted to rely on this attack to kill Zichen, it was obviously not enough. As the fist light pointed forward, the golden light on Zichen's body suddenly dimmed. Waves of power gathered towards his right fist like flowing water. At the position of his fist, the golden energy was like a sun. Then, Zichen clenched his fist and launched a punch forward. The moment the fist light was launched, a low shout resounded in the sky. Explosive fist. The dazzling fist light erupted and went straight to Wei Chong's fist light. Looking at the 2 of them attacking the same way, everyone below was dumbfounded. What's going on? How does this guy know the explosive fist? Although the explosive fist was not a rare king-level combat skill, it was not something that anyone could learn casually. However, how did this guy who only knew a low-level combat skill learn it? Before anyone could delve into this question, the 2 dazzling fist lights collided. Boom! Amidst the huge energy shock, the void seemed to be torn apart. Waves of terrifying energy rippled like waves. Wei Chong's expression suddenly changed. Then he was swallowed by the boundless waves. and his figure fell to the ground. In the sky, Zichen was still standing indifferently. His body was dazzling with golden light. In front of him was a 3-meter-wide protective zone. The many waves stopped and dissipated when they reached this zone. Looking at the bloody line in the sky and the figure at the end of it, Liao Wei City's cultivators were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This guy was running just now. How did he become so strong now? Also, what's up with that explosive fist? While everyone was still in a daze, they saw a bloody hand reach out from the deep pit. Then, Wei Chong climbed out of the deep pit. Seeing that Wei Chong was still alive, Wei Chong and the others were somewhat disappointed. They wondered why this guy was not killed in one hit. Other than a trace of disappointment, what they revealed the most was shock. They knew that Zichen did not know any mid-grade battle skills before, but now he had actually unleashed such an attack. It seemed like he had once again grasped a new battle skill. Wei Chong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Zichen. He asked coldly, "You've always known the explosive fist." Zichen smiled faintly, shook his head and said, "I didn't know it before. To be precise, I didn't know it before seeing you all. But after seeing you all, I knew it. You didn't know it before, but now you know it. What does this mean?" After everyone in Liao Wei City understood, deep shock appeared on their faces. Obviously, he had just learned it. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was the truth. What kind of comprehension was this to learn it after just seeing it a few times? "I didn't expect an existence like you to appear in Huping City. This kind of comprehension is enough to enter the top 3 in our Liao Wei City." Zichen interrupted Wei Chong's words and said indifferently, "As for the bullshit recruitment, don't say it. Do you have any other moves? If you do, hurry up and use them. If not, I'll send you all on your way." When the cultivators of Liao Wei City heard this, their expressions couldn't help but tighten. Earlier, they could laugh at Zichen for overestimating himself. But after Zichen injured Wei Chong with a single strike, they didn't dare laugh at him in the slightest. "Brat, you really think I don't have any other moves? Let me tell you, I only used a mid-level fist technique that I'm not good at. Now, I'll let you see my strongest move." As he spoke, a heavy hammer appeared in Wei Chong's hand. Originally, Zichen's eyes were shining, thinking that he would see a new skill. But after seeing the heavy hammer, he seemed disappointed. Chapter 1346. The brawny man held a heavy hammer in his hand. The surface of the heavy hammer was suffused with a dark luster, giving people a sense of oppression as the light surged. Next, I'll show you a king-tier battle skill that's infinitely close to the upper tier. The brawny man growled, and the bulging muscles on his body were filled with explosive power. Boss is going to use his ultimate move. Haha, this guy is dead for sure. Seeing the brawny man take out the heavy hammer, the cultivators of Liao Wei City felt relieved again. Although this guy from Huping City looked extraordinary in front of a high-level battle skill, he was obviously not enough. Zichen, who originally hoped to learn another skill, was completely disappointed after seeing the heavy hammer. Although he quickly learned the explosive kill fist, the premise was based on the fact that Zichen had been studying this skill recently. But the heavy hammer, Zichen had never used it before and did not have the energy to study it again. So he gave up. Therefore, after giving up, Zichen decided to end the battle quickly. He glanced at the brawny man and said indifferently, "Next, let's decide life and death with one blow." Haha, that's what I was thinking. The brawny man laughed and waved the heavy hammer, causing the void to tremble. Zichen tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand. His originally indifferent eyes suddenly became cold, and a trace of murderous intent emerged from the bottom of his heart. Golden light flashed under his feet, and his whole body was like a golden lightning bolt, rushing toward the brawny man. "You're courting death." The brawny man roared again and raised the heavy hammer in his hand high. Streaks of dark light lit up from the head of the hammer. These lights were the power after the fusion of space, directly causing the void to tremble. Boom! The power of space on the heavy hammer was almost contained to the limit, and the aura on it was completely violent. The blue veins on the brawny man's arm protruded like small snakes. As these blue veins wriggled, the heavy hammer smashed toward Zichin. 10 mountains. As the heavy hammer smashed down, the burly man's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Wave after wave of surging power appeared. These powers seemed to have transformed into 10 mountains, crushing down on Zichin one after another. Boom! Every time a mountain came crashing down, the void would explode, and the space would distort because of it. Down below, Wuxia and the others couldn't help but have worried expressions on their faces when they saw the enormous power of the heavy hammer in the sky. On the other side, the people of Liaowei City were cheering complacently. His opponent's attack was like a mountain, bringing with it a great sense of oppression. It was many times more powerful than the middle-ranked battle skill he had just used. Zichin, who was charging forward with extreme speed, also felt a great resistance, even though he was stepping on the power of space to move forward. 10 layers of mountain-like energy pressed down, and the strong wind blew Zichen's robes, making them flutter. His black hair danced wildly, and 2 cold bolts of lightning seemed to flash through his eyes. In his hand, the engravings on the black blade lit up one by one. Then a tyrannical aura emerged from the black blade. This tyrannical aura was like a black dragon facing the sky, confronting the 10 layers of energy. In the sky, 2 rays of light, one above the other, were extremely dazzling. The moment the black blade lit up, Zichin let out a roar. Beheading! The black blade trembled slightly, then slashed diagonally toward the sky. A black ray of light, like a waterfall, rushed toward the 10 layers of energy mountains. Boom! 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 A series of tremors resounded between heaven and earth, and the 2 rays of light began to collide. The black ray of light was like a black dragon, pressing forward, breaking through layer after layer of heavy mountains. Everyone raised their heads, watching the great collision between life and death in shock. 7 of the 10 layers of energy mountains were directly broken, but the black dragon was no longer as blazing as before. Its indomitable momentum was met with great resistance, and it slowly moved forward. Boom! 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 Then 3 more explosions sounded. The last 3 layers of attack were also disintegrated by the black dragon, but because the black dragon had consumed too much energy, it dimmed and dissipated after rushing out of the 10 layers of energy waves. The 10 layers of energy waves and the black dragon disappeared, but the battle was not over. The heavy hammer carried destructive power, and it fell from the sky, smashing toward Zichin. This was the most powerful attack of this attack. Zichen's beheading was also due to his long blade. The 2 rays of light collided again, and the void trembled, but there was no sound of vibration. Then the crowd saw the 2 rays of light rushing past. Zichen's figure shot toward the sky, and the strong man's figure fell to the ground. Both parties looked at the 2 figures with concern. Clearly, when the 2 figures clashed, they could see that the strength of the 2 combatants was evenly matched. Zichen's charging figure stopped after flying a few hundred meters. Then he clutched his chest with one hand and violently coughed out blood. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. Haha, he's injured and seriously injured. He's going to die soon. When the nervous people of Liaowei City saw this scene, someone shouted excitedly, "Bang!" The strong man's body did not stabilize, and he fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Whether it was the people of Liaowei City or Zichen's side, they all looked at the big pit. Zichen was injured, and what about the strong man? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pit, waiting anxiously and patiently. Time passed by minute. However, there was no movement in the deep pit. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. The cultivators of Liaowei City seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. Cough, cough. A light cough sounded from the sky. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Zichen again. The latter's face was a bit pale, but he was still in the middle stage and could still fight. Don't wait, he's dead. As soon as Zichen's voice fell, a cultivator jumped out and reprimanded Zichen. Impossible, you're talking nonsense. How could my boss Wei die? My boss won't die. You should be the one dying. Another person was unable to accept this fact and directly rushed towards the deep pit in front of him. However, after taking 2 steps, his body suddenly stopped. He seemed to have received an electric shock as his body began to tremble on the spot. As for his face, it was filled with disbelief. Behind him, the other people of Liaowei City also had a drastic change in expression. In the deep pit, there was a fist-sized dot of light. Everyone was all too familiar with this dot of light. It was the luck dot. Since the luck that appeared in the deep pit, there was no need to investigate the life and death of the strong man. The dot of light floated towards the sky and then disappeared in front of Zichen. On the other hand, Zichen's lucky points, which were originally 37 points, suddenly increased to 188 points. Feeling the change in his luck dot, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, killing and plundering were faster. Then his eyes swept over the people of Liaowei City, who were still in a daze. His eyes gradually turned cold, and in the end he said indifferently, Kill, don't leave a single one alive. Wu Xie and the others who had been waiting for a long time couldn't wait. Following Zichen's order, everyone went crazy and killed the people of Liaowei City, who had already lost their confidence. Swoosh! A destructive beam of light appeared between Wu Xie's eyebrows. He directly attacked the person who had fought with him before. On the other side, a thick beam of light appeared from the Aurora Pegasus's horn and rushed towards the blue-armored cultivator. Among the group, the 2 of them were the strongest. As long as they were dealt with, the others were nothing to be afraid of. Manshur, the red-eyed boar demon, and the other battle beasts also attacked the others. Shang Guanhong raised her hand and shot out a green light. The green light directly merged into the body of a cultivator. In the next moment, a green plant appeared in this ruined world. Obviously, Shang Guanhong's attack was so powerful because it was a kind of innate skill. When it was time to kill the drowning dogs, Gu Wei and the others didn't want to be outdone. They all rushed forward and began to kill crazily. With the leader dead, Liaowei City's side still had 23 people, which was a lot more than Zichen's side. If they really fought with their lives on the line, then Zichen's side wouldn't have an easy time either. They might even be able to kill a few people. Unfortunately, their morale had been greatly affected by the large man's death. Adding on the fact that Wu Xie and the others had practically instantly killed 2 of their strongest experts, they were only able to use 60 to 70% of their full strength. Their defeat was only a matter of time. The battle ended very quickly. Just as Zichen said, no one was left alive in this battle. After everyone was killed, the next thing was a feast of luck points. Balls of luck points of different sizes floated out one after another and then found their own owners. After feeling the jump of luck points, everyone's faces were filled with joy. As the number of people killed increased, everyone found that the luck points were only given to the person who killed the person. So, everyone divided the luck points according to their contributions. While everyone was counting their gains, Zichen sat cross-legged not far away to heal his wounds. After killing the leader and seeing the 2 strongest people die, he didn't continue to attack. The brawny man's strength was not weak, and his last attack had also injured Zichen. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zichen opened his eyes and saw a beautiful figure walking over. "How are your wounds?" Shang Guanhong asked with concern when she saw Zichen wake up. "It's fine. I'm almost healed." Zichen got up and stretched his body. Dongqing also came over at this time, but after seeing that Zichen was fine, he didn't say anything. In the distance, the spoils of war had been distributed. Wu Xie and Gu Wei also came over with the others. This time they had gained a lot, and they also saw Zichen's powerful strength. With such a powerful existence, everyone could almost see a beautiful future. "Now, are we going to continue?" Gu Wei came up and asked. Chapter 1347. In this battle, Zichen and the others undoubtedly won a great victory, but they also realized their own shortcomings. They had only just entered the 5th floor, but they had already encountered an existence like the Brawny Man, and according to the Brawny Man, he didn't seem to be the strongest among them. The deeper they went, the greater the danger, and it was possible to encounter stronger existences. After this battle, Zichen faintly had a bad feeling that he might encounter some humans who had successfully broken through to the domain realm. After killing the Brawny Man's group, Zichen and the others were temporarily safe in this area. Next, they would look for battle beasts and battle spirits to spar with. Zichen didn't have a method to teach mid-rank skills for the time being, so he could only tell them some of his experience, hoping that it would be helpful. Everyone stayed here for 7 days. During these 7 days, except for Zichen, everyone was looking for opponents to spar with. Of course, Zichen wasn't idle either. The perfect spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness turned into a light shadow and quickly appeared. Mid-rank level 1 battle skill, Explosive Killing Fist. During these 7 days, Zichen's understanding of the Explosive Killing Fist had deepened. After Zichen shared some of his experiences with the others, they gradually gained some insights as well. Zichen, I found traces of humans. Another morning, Lu Wei and Wang Jun, who had not returned for an entire night, brought back a piece of news. Initially, the two of them were opponents, and Wang Jun had lost to Lu Wei. However, after spending some time together, the relationship between the two of them had improved. Are they still from Liaowei City? Zichen opened his eyes and asked. I'm not sure. We turned back after hearing the sound of battle, but from the sound, it should be a large-scale battle. There should be a lot of people on the other side, Lu Wei said. To kill or not to kill? Wu Xie and the others were all excited when they heard this. They all walked over and asked Zichen for his opinion. To kill or not to kill? Zichen was also hesitating. The strong preys on the weak. This is the law of the world. If we don't kill them, they will kill us instead, Jia Wei said as he walked over. Obviously, with Zichen's powerful battle strength, there was no need for them to be afraid of anything. It was necessary for them to fight for their lives. Moreover, everyone had too few luck points. If they wanted to encounter opportunities, they would need to continuously increase their luck points. Kill? Why aren't we killing? Man sure also shouted. Zichen looked at the others and found that everyone more or less had the intention to fight. He nodded and said, All right, let's go and take a look, but be careful. Zichen only gave a few simple instructions. After all, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Even if he realized that something was wrong, he would still be able to escape with everyone. In a huge mountain forest, a fierce battle was breaking out. The two sides of the battle were humans and beasts. There were more than a dozen beasts, and almost all of them looked the same. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. However, there were more than 50 humans participating in the battle. The person in the lead was wearing dark armor. His eyes were as cold as a blade. He held a long blade in his hand. When he swung the blade, sharp blades would appear. In front of him, there was a huge beast emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. When it charged, it would bring about an extremely powerful force. At this moment, There were several wounds on the body of this giant beast that had been cut by the sharp blade. Demonic blade slash. The man in the dark-colored battle armor roared with every attack. Soon after, a black blade light shot out like a waterfall. It brought along layers of spatial pressure as it slashed the body of the giant beast. It could be seen that, in terms of comprehension, the man was much better than the beast. However, the beast's skin was rough and its defense was too strong. That was why he couldn't break through it for a long time. After another slash, the beast was knocked back. The man cursed. "Damn it! Why are we so unlucky to encounter so many beasts? Now that we've made such a big commotion, I'm afraid it will attract people from Liaowei City." Thinking about how terrifying Liaowei City's cultivators were, the man's heart palpitated. He shouted, "Let's end this quickly," because there were so many of them, and because they were all worried that Liaowei City's cultivators would come after hearing the commotion. Everyone put in more effort, and the killing efficiency increased greatly. Soon, the other beasts were dealt with. Then, everyone worked together again to kill the big guy. Bang! As the big guy fell to the ground, the battle was declared over. This battle was a complete victory for their group. But there were also a few unlucky people who were accidentally killed during the battle. Damn it, we haven't even reached the area where Yanbo Castle is, and we've already lost dozens of people. The man couldn't help but look angry. Because of some cooperation this time, the two sides had made some kind of agreement before coming here. As long as the people from Northwind City could reach the area where Yanbo Castle was, they could find opportunities there. However, on the way forward, they had to be careful of the battle spirits and beasts, as well as the people from Liaowei City, so their speed was greatly reduced. As soon as the battle ended, before everyone could catch their breath, they sensed some movement. The face of the man in the lead changed instantly. He suddenly turned around to look behind him, and the long saber in his hand couldn't help but tremble. The others obviously also noticed the abnormality. When they turned around, their faces became extremely ugly. Practically all the cultivators of Liaowei City had mastered king-tier combat skills, and they were almost as difficult to deal with as battle beasts. If they were to be blocked by them, then most of them would probably die here. Most importantly, their plan to go deep into the city this time was obviously going to end in failure. However, after turning around, they were shocked to find that there were only a dozen people. Moreover, after sensing the city numbers in their knowledge, everyone was stunned. 107, 108. Aren't these the numbers of Luguang City and Huping City? Why are they here? The group of more than 50 people felt extremely puzzled. Some people who knew some kind of secret looked at them in disbelief. If the situation had developed according to normal circumstances, they should have been annihilated long ago. Just as these people were feeling surprise, the faces of the dozen people behind them also had the same look of surprise. 106. They are from Northwind City. Zi Chen's face was obviously stunned. He originally thought that the humans fighting were from Liaowei City. After all, this was their territory, but he didn't expect to encounter people from Northwind City. Originally, Zi Chen came to take a look. If he could fight, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would retreat. However, after seeing the people from Northwind City, he had to fight. And these people must die. People from Northwind City. These guys actually came here too. Wu Xie and the others didn't look good, especially Go Wei and the others. After all, 4 of them had died in the hands of the people from Northwind City. The cultivators from Northwind City, who were originally extremely nervous, heaved a huge sigh of relief after seeing Zi Qin and the others. Compared to Liaowei City, the cultivators from these 2 cities were really not worth mentioning. A cultivator patted his chest and said with some trepidation, "I was scared to death. I thought a powerful existence had come. I didn't expect to encounter a group of lucky guys. Indeed, they should not have encountered our people since they were able to come here alive. It can indeed be called lucky." Every area here was big enough, so it was normal for the two parties not to encounter each other. Therefore, some cultivators from Northwind City only felt surprised and didn't think too much about it. The crowd, who had completely relaxed, looked at Chen and the others with eyes full of ridicule and killing intent. The weapons in their hands were also suffused with a cold light. Waves of killing intent seeped out of their bodies and locked onto Chen and the others. This was the reality. They were afraid of the people from Liaowei City, but they weren't afraid of Chen and the others. Therefore, they killed them on sight. Chen and the others didn't stop and walked straight ahead. Facing the killing intent, they didn't have the slightest fear on their faces. Chen stopped 10 meters away from the leader and calmly looked at him. Interesting. You guys are lucky to have come here. Instead of running after seeing so many of us, you actually dared to take the initiative to come forward and court death. The leader smiled coldly and waved the long saber in his hand. Chen was too lazy to explain anything. He just looked at the other party and calmly said, "It seems that you also use a saber. I saw that you used a move just now. It doesn't seem to be a first-grade king-level combat skill." The leader had a complacent look on his face and said proudly, "Of course, that's a middle-grade combat skill, demonic saber slash. If the comprehension is high enough, its power is not weaker than a high-grade combat skill. You guys shouldn't be able to come into contact with such a high-level thing." Chen nodded and said truthfully, "Indeed, I can't come into contact with it. So I took a fancy to your move. You're courting death." Before the leader could speak, a cultivator beside him shouted. Then, 7 cultivators made a move to kill Chen. Chen glanced at the 7 people indifferently and said, "It seems that the 7 of you should have comprehended a low-grade combat skill." When the leader saw that Chen was so calm, he didn't know why he had a bad feeling in his heart. This time he didn't answer and directly slashed down with a saber. At the same time he shouted, "Demonic saber slash." The saber light was like a waterfall and directly attacked Chen in front of him. He directly attacked. The two of them were only 10 meters apart. His saber slashed Chen without any suspense, but Chen's figure in front of him disappeared like a phantom. Just as he was feeling extremely surprised, he found that the surrounding environment had changed. The place where he was standing was no longer solid ground, but a world full of colorful light. "What is this place?" Just as he was looking around in surprise, he heard the exclamation of his companions beside him. He turned around and saw that there were only 7 people left in the original team of dozens. Chapter 1348. "My corporeal space," Chen said with a faint smile as he looked at the bewildered expressions of the 8 people in front of him. "That's impossible. How can a corporeal space be so big? Also, it can't be opened in the Manor Realm." The leader didn't believe Chen at all. As far as he knew, the corporeal space had never been like this. "Nothing is impossible. I'll send your companions on their way first, then wait for you to demonstrate your combat skills in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, the colorful lights floating in the sky suddenly descended and wrapped around the 7 people like ropes. Under the colorful lights, the 7 people felt their movements become extremely sluggish, as if 10 huge mountains were pressing down on them. Their expressions changed drastically as a strong sense of danger rose in their hearts. However, at that moment, 7 rays of colorful light once again condensed where Chen was standing. These colorful lights directly transformed into 7 sharp blades that shot towards the 7 people in front of them with dense killing intent. The blades flashed with cold light, and 7 slashes sounded beside the man. Then 7 heads were separated from their bodies. Seeing the 7 strongest people beside him being killed in one blow without any chance of resistance, the man's face turned pale. He suddenly thought of something. Perhaps it wasn't that his people didn't encounter them, but that they were the ones who came to kill them. In the outside world, everyone was clearly shocked when they saw their boss and the 7 strongest people suddenly disappear. However, at that moment, Wu Xie and the others roared in unison and launched a fierce attack at them. Man Shi transformed and attacked with a powerful blow, killing one person instantly. Wu Xie's vertical pupils shot out a ray of death, and another person died. Behind him, Dong Qing began to summon her powerful battle beasts. With the appearance of the red-eyed demon boar and other powerful beings, the battle almost became a one-hit kill. The people who were already feeling uneasy after losing their boss completely panicked when they saw the next scene of slaughter. The following battle naturally had no suspense. Just as the battle between Zichen and Si Beiqing and the other cultivators in the Manor Realm ended, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above Si Beiqing in the outside world. The center of the vortex was a black hole that looked like the mouth of the netherworld. It descended from the sky with an extremely oppressive aura. What is that? Is someone attacking Northern Wire City? When the cultivators of Northern Sea City felt the oppressive aura and looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, they fell into a panic. Streams of light flashed past, and cultivators with powerful auras appeared one after another. These people were all in the domain realm, but they still felt a sense of fear when they saw the vortex in the sky. The black vortex descended from the sky with an extremely powerful oppressive aura, as if it was going to swallow the entire Northern Wire City. Scram! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the northern city. Then, a powerful aura emerged from the city, Lord Mansion. It was the strongest person in the northern city, the city lord who had made his move. A stream of light shot towards the center of the maelstrom. At the same time, a formidable and destructive aura spread out, seemingly intent on shattering the maelstrom. The huge whirlpool shook slightly, and traces of black light gushed out. The black light first landed on Lu Guang's body and immediately dispersed Lu Guang. In the next moment, the figure in the stream of light was also struck by the black light and fell to the ground. Boom! A huge building was directly smashed down, followed by a series of horrified cries for help from the ruins. Then there was another bang, and the figure was once again in the air. However, when he looked at the black vortex in the sky again, his eyes were filled with shock. When the other domain realm cultivators saw that the city lord had been injured by a single blow, their faces were filled with horror. Since even the city lord was no match for it, they naturally did not dare to rush forward. They could only wait and see. The entire Northern Wire City suddenly became extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone looked up at the huge maelstrom, and their hearts were filled with panic. Fortunately, the maelstrom did not really descend. Instead, it stopped 1,000 meters above Northern Wire City. Then, a powerful suction force came from the center of the maelstrom. This suction force was aimed at the entire Northern Wire City. Then, under the naked eye, the spiritual energy of Northern Wire City crazily rushed towards the black hole. When some of the domain realm cultivators saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. This was because not only was the spiritual energy of Northern Wire City flowing away, but there was also a wave of vitality. This vitality belonged to Northern Wire City, and it was a symbol of an ancient heritage. As the vitality flowed away, some of the cultivators in the city who had been enlightened and were about to break through suddenly felt as if there was an additional layer of fog between heaven and earth. This fog prevented them from seeing the path to breaking through. In the sky, the black hole had an aura that seemed like the might of heaven. Even the city lord was injured by a single blow, and no one dared to rush forward. They could only watch as the black hole slowly dissipated after absorbing 10% of the vitality. When the phenomenon disappeared, a panicked shout came from the direction of Hunter's castle. The cultivators of Northern Wire City in the domain realm have been completely annihilated. This news was a blow to Northern Wire City, and it was no less than the loss of vitality of the entire city. At the same time, two huge black vortexes appeared in the sky above Luguang City and Huping City. Extremely dense vitality erupted from the black vortexes, pouring into the two cities. As the vitality filled every corner of the city, the cultivators cultivating in the city seemed to disperse like clouds. They all seemed to have gained an instant of enlightenment. What's going on? In Huping City, the city lord Mu Feng and the experts from Hunter's Castle all flew into the air. They were also in disbelief when they saw the phenomenon in the sky. To the side, Ming Zhu released his senses and said in disbelief, "This vitality is actually permanent." Ling Xing also opened his eyes and said in disbelief, "That's right. Logically speaking, such dense spiritual energy has already surpassed the limits of what Huping City can endure. But what's going on? What exactly is going on? Huping City is now filled with spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It's almost no less than Sibei City. What exactly is going on?" Mu Feng also flew over in the air, then looked at official Wu and asked. Lord Wu was also very confused, but he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at a manager of the domain realm. "What's the situation of the people who entered the domain realm?" The manager said, "Apart from the first person, the others are all still alive." Could it be them? Lord Wu's expression changed. What's going on? Everyone was clearly confused as well. In the legends about the domain realm, there's a saying that the ranking of cities might change there. However, that's only a legend. After all, we've never encountered it before, Lord Wu said uncertainly. So you're saying that the situation here is because of the domain realm? Maybe. Then let's quickly see if our ranking has changed. How can it be so fast? If we want the ranking to change, we'll have to wait until the domain realm closes. Otherwise, how are Zichen and the others going to come back? However, the spiritual energy in Huping City is indeed on par with Northern Wire City. The same thing was happening in Luguangqing, but they didn't understand why it was happening. However, they could vaguely guess what was going on. In the domain realm, Zichen and the others didn't know that slaughtering everyone in Northern Wire City would directly cause the city's ranking to drop. Zichen was currently comprehending the middle-tier technique, demonic blade slash. In his reality, Zichen had analyzed the demonic blade slash in depth 1,000 times. Coupled with the deduction of his perfect spiritual thoughts, he finally comprehended the technique. As for the master of the demonic blade slash, he exhausted the last of his life after executing the technique and collapsed in Zichen's reality. Zichen had already comprehended the beheading slash to its limit. In other words, it was unrealistic for him to improve the power of the beheading slash at his current level. Therefore, he focused most of his energy on comprehending the new technique. The demonic blade slash was what Zichen had comprehended at the moment. He planned to collect some combat techniques related to blade techniques and comprehend them thoroughly before trying to innovate the beheading slash. A few days later, Zichen and the others advanced again. Along the way, they encountered some battle spirits and battle beasts. The deeper they went, the stronger the battle spirits and battle beasts became. After traveling for nearly a month, they didn't encounter a single human, which showed how big this area was. Since they didn't see any humans, the increase of their luck points slowed down significantly. Therefore, Wu Xia began to complain again, complaining that they didn't encounter any humans. It was worth mentioning that Wu Xia, Dongqing, Shangguanhong Manshur, and Guwei had also successfully comprehended middle-tier techniques. Among the group, except for the two brothers, Gu Win and Gu Chong, the others had made great progress. The two brothers were array masters, and there weren't many places where array masters were needed along the way, so the two were a little unhappy, especially after everyone continuously gave the two of them some luck points. The two brothers felt even more embarrassed. In this regard, Zichen didn't seem to care. He patted the two brothers on the shoulders and said, "It's okay. You are array masters. The deeper you go, the more useful you will be. Zi Chen's comfort made the two brothers feel a lot better. Therefore, when they were resting, the two brothers would work harder to set up arrays nearby to prevent others from entering by mistake. Unknowingly, the group left the area where the cultivators of Liaowei City were and arrived at a new area. If the entire outer periphery of the domain realm was divided into 5 layers, then each layer would be divided into 2 sublayers. In each sublayer, there would be 10 cities. After Zichen and the others passed through Liaowei City number 93, they would arrive at another city, and this city's number would be 83. This city's number corresponded to Yanbo Castle. However, Zichen and the others didn't know that after arriving at Yanbo Castle, they were still going deeper. When they set up camp again, the two brothers, who had set up a concealment array, sensed a number. This number was 83. Chapter 1349. When Gowen noticed someone, he immediately went to inform Zichen. Wu Xie stood in the middle of the formation and stared at the cultivators from Yanbo Castle. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "It's just one person. Just kill him. Indeed, I can deal with this kind of trash by myself." Man sure nodded and expressed his agreement. However, since Zichen didn't say anything, they could only brag. They wouldn't go out rashly. As the group went deeper, Zichen's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. The sound of footsteps came from behind them. They turned around and saw Zichen walking over. Where are they from? Zichen came to the edge of the formation and asked the cultivators outside. He couldn't sense their numbers through the formation, just like how they couldn't sense him. Number 83, Gowen said. What, number 83? Yanbo Castle? Hearing Gowen's words, Wu Xie stared at him and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll go out and kill him now." In Wu Xie's heart, Yanbo Castle was his biggest enemy. The others also agreed. Since they met, they would kill as many as they could. Manshur and the others stared at Gowen and his brother. Their gazes became extremely unfriendly. It was obvious that the two brothers didn't tell the truth. They only said that there was someone outside. If they had known that the people outside were from Yanbo Castle, they wouldn't have waited for Zichen to come. They would have killed them directly. "We can't kill him," Gowen said timidly. "Why can't we kill him? Have you forgotten how he treated us?" Man sure stepped forward and grabbed Gowen's collar. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Man sure withdrew his hand at lightning speed. There was a red fingerprint on the back of his hand. He wiped his fingerprints, then smiled at Zichen and said, "A mistake, a mistake. I was too impulsive, too impulsive." Zichen glanced at Manshur and then looked at Wu Xie. It seemed that the two of them were the most active in the group. Manshur could be considered as a living creature, so his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. However, after being lightly hit by Zichen, the back of his hand turned red. Wu Xie did not have the same defense as Manshur. When he saw Zichen looking at him, he could only smile bitterly and say, "We are just anxious for revenge." Zichen no longer paid attention to the two of them. He looked at Gowen and his brother and asked gently, "What did you find?" Because they didn't put in much effort, the two brothers took the initiative to be on guard duty. Sometimes they would carefully go out to investigate. He left. No, he ran away. Should we kill our way out? Manshur shouted before Gowen could speak. The cultivators outside paced back and forth for a while before flying off into the distance. Damn it, he got away. We should have killed him. Wu Xie gritted his teeth and said angrily. He didn't run away. He left. A slightly timid voice came from the side. It was Gowen. Isn't it the same as running away? Manshur looked at Gowen. Being stared at by Manshur, Gowen felt a lot of pressure and didn't dare to look at Manshur. However, he glanced at Zichen and found that the latter was not angry. Instead, he was looking at him encouragingly. He mustered up his courage and said, "It's not the same." He ran away because he was timid. Once he left, he wouldn't come back. But if he left, it's different. He will come back soon. This is the second time I saw him. He seems to be wandering around here. He doesn't look like he's looking for battle beasts or battle spirits. He looks like he's patrolling. Man sure stared at him and asked, "Patrolling for what? Don't you want people to enter here?" I think that should be the case. Bullsh *T. It's fine as long as people come to kill him. Why do we need patrolling? Besides, what's the use of patrolling alone? Can he stop a group of people by himself? Manshur rebuked angrily. Gowen was a little afraid of Manshur, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Zichin. Obviously, Gowen thought that boss Zichin should have understood what he was trying to say. As for Manshur, he was just a simpleton. He was good at fighting, but he didn't need to use his brain. The others didn't say anything. They just looked at Zichin, waiting for him to make the final decision. If he comes here tomorrow, go out and kill him. If he comes here today, call me. Without my orders, no one is allowed to go out. After saying that, Zichin turned around and walked back. What do you mean? Is it different? Man sure scratched his head. He didn't understand the difference between today and tomorrow. Most of the others didn't understand. But Shang Guanhong was a meticulous person. She vaguely guessed Zichen's meaning and said softly, "If he comes tomorrow, it means that he's just patrolling. It means that there's a strong warrior from Yanba Castle in the depths of this place. What if he comes today? Does it mean that there's no strong warrior inside?" Manshur asked, puzzled. "If he comes again today, it also means that there's a strong warrior inside." Without waiting for Shang Guanhong to finish, Manshur said, "Isn't it the same?" "It's different. If he comes today, it means that there's a strong warrior inside. It also means that the strong warrior inside is very busy." "Busy? Busy for what?" Shang Guanhong said calmly, "Killing people, beasts, or opportunity. He came across an opportunity. That's why he sent someone out to patrol." Wu Xie's eyes flashed with excitement. The others also became excited. However, they were all guesses. Whether or not that was true, they still had to see if the original cultivator would come again. The group waited anxiously. At the same time, they hoped that the cultivator would come quickly. Obviously, the faster the cultivator came, the more likely they were to guess. "He's here, he's here. Hurry up and call Zichin." In less than 2 hours, the group found the cultivator again. Wu Xie shouted excitedly, "Oh, 2 patrols every 2 hours. It seems that he's been loitering around this area." As he approached, Zichin looked at the cultivator outside the formation. After the cultivator glanced around, he released his spiritual sense and carefully probed the area. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. Could it be that they really came across an opportunity and are collecting it now? If we go now, won't we just happen to come across it? Wu Xie was excited. This was not only because of some kind of opportunity, but also because they could ruin Yanba Castle's good fortune. Maybe there really is something inside. You guys wait here. I'll go take a look first, Zichin said in a low voice. He was the strongest in the group. Naturally, it would be best for him to investigate. Be careful. Zichin walked out of the formation. However, he didn't go straight in. Instead, he walked in the direction of the cultivator, who left. Zichin used his spiritual sense to lock onto the cultivator and followed him. His original intention was to find some useful clues from the cultivator, but the cultivator didn't have the habit of talking to himself. Along the way, he silently probed the surroundings and didn't say a single word. During this time, he would occasionally encounter a few battle beasts. He would detect them in advance and use his concealment techniques to avoid them. He didn't even kill battle beasts. As a result, Zichin was even more certain that there was something in the depths. Or rather, the people of Yanba Castle were doing something in the depths. By the time they circled back to the hiding place, 2 hours had already passed. The cultivator in front of them left after probing once more. A moment later, Zichen's figure appeared. He gestured to the group in the formation and directly entered the depths. As they went deeper, Zichen once again found patrolling cultivators. This time, they were even more concentrated. After walking for a few kilometers, they would see a rainbow flash across the sky. In this way, Zichen walked and stopped and finally reached the depths. Here, Zichen saw a group of Yanba Castle's main forces. Not counting the patrolling cultivators, there were 30 to 40 people here. These people gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They seemed to be chatting idly, but their gazes were full of vigilance. At the center of the group, a cultivator sat cross-legged. The cultivator wore a blue robe and had his back to Zichen, so Zichen couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, after sensing the energy fluctuations surging around him, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. A breakthrough. The cultivator was actually breaking through. Zichen originally guessed that as he went deeper, he would encounter humans in the domain realm. He didn't expect to see someone breaking through as soon as he arrived. But if it was a breakthrough, would there be a need for a sentry every few steps? This formation seemed too grand. With a bewildered expression, Zichen approached again. When he felt that he had reached an extreme distance, he stopped and patiently observed in the dark. At the same time, he carefully scanned the surroundings with his perfect spiritual sense. Except for the cultivator who was breaking through, Zichen's spiritual sense had already scanned every corner of the area. However, he didn't find anything unusual. Could the problem be there? Zichen frowned slightly and looked again at the cultivator who was breaking through. The spatial fluctuations there were very strong, but this was caused by the cultivator who was about to break through. It didn't seem abnormal. Something's wrong. Zichen's eyes flashed. He found the problem. There was an obscure energy fluctuation around the cultivator who was breaking through. If one didn't pay attention to it, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. What is it? Zichen's eyes suddenly shone with gold and silver light. He had activated his yin-yang eyes. Under his yin-yang eyes, Zichen clearly saw that there were two kinds of energy around the cultivator who was breaking through. One was the energy of the cultivator who was breaking through, and the other was from a light spot. The light spot looked very bright under his yin-yang eyes. It seemed to be a crack, but there was a seal on the surface of the crack. Who is it? Just as Zichen was about to see what kind of seal it was, he suddenly heard a cold shout. The cultivator who was breaking through in front of him suddenly turned around and looked in his direction. The other vigilant cultivators also took out their weapons because of the shout. They then looked indifferently at the place where Zichen was hiding. Come out. The cultivator who was breaking through stood up. His eyes were as cold as lightning as he stared at a certain place in front of him. He released a powerful aura that was second only to the domain realm. Although the crowd did not see anyone in the direction of his gaze, they still believed in his judgment. Humph. Chapter 1350. Boom! He raised his hand and struck a certain space, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The space where the palm struck began to distort violently, and waves of violent energy swept across a radius of 1,000 meters. The group of cultivators coldly looked at the place where the energy was berserk. However, no matter how the space there distorted, not a single suspicious figure appeared. The cultivator who struck narrowed his eyes slightly, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. There's no one. Was it an illusion? He released his powerful spiritual sense, but did not find anything unusual. He snorted and said, "Everyone be careful. Don't mess up at this juncture." "Yes," the group of cultivators replied in unison, and then spread out to be on guard. When the distorted space returned to normal, Zichen walked out of his reality space. He was still hiding in the dark, but this time he did not stop and directly returned. How was it? What did you find? When Zi-Chun returned, Wu Xie and the others all gathered around him with eager curiosity. I found a place of opportunity, Zi-Chun said indifferently. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and kill. Wu Xie was somewhat impatient, and the others' eyes flashed with excitement. If we kill like this, I'm afraid that more than half of us will die, and we may not be able to obtain that opportunity, Zi-Chun said coldly. What do you mean? There's a seal in that place, and the other party has dozens of people guarding it, but they did not break the seal directly. I think it has something to do with their strength. Then Zi-Chun described in detail what he had seen and heard on the way. Everyone's expressions became unnatural when they heard this. He Wei smiled bitterly and said, If we really need a domain realm expert to break it open, then how can we take the item from a domain realm expert after he breaks it open? Why not? When we joined forces, we almost killed a domain realm cultivator, Wu Xie said. Zi-Chun shook his head and said, This is different. At that time, we were in the outside world, and Chuan Xing did not know a king-level battle skill. I could see that the other party was very strong, and his understanding of the skill should be very deep. After a pause, Zi-Chun continued, This matter needs to be considered at length. We must not act rashly. Immediately after, Zi-Chun and the others had a discussion and finally agreed on a plan. Zi-Chun opened his own reality space and go and removed the array. Then, the group entered Zi-Chun's reality space. Heavens, is this really the real world? Man sure stared at the boundless space and could not help but exclaim. Clearly, this was his first time here. However, Zi-Chun's seemingly 3-meter-wide reality realm actually had a whole other world within it. This caused everyone to feel extremely shocked. What are those colorful lights? Is it the power of laws? But why is there so much power of laws? Gong Wei looked up at the colorful lights in the sky. Zi-Chun didn't enter. He didn't have time to answer the crowd's questions and exclamations. At this moment, he put away his corporeal space and began to venture deeper. This time, the people of Yanba Castle's defenses were even tighter. Fortunately, Zi-Chun's concealment skills were not bad. He avoided wave after wave of detection and reached the deepest part. He looked at the cultivator sitting cross-legged in the distance and did not continue forward. Next, he would wait for the cultivator to break through and then break the seal. Time passed as he waited. The energy fluctuations around the cultivator in front of him became more and more intense. Zi-Chun guessed that it wouldn't be long before the cultivator took the final half step and became a powerhouse of the first layer. This was also the first time Zi-Chun had seen someone break through to the domain realm. He watched with interest. A day later, the power of space around the cultivator began to surge wildly. The power of space within a radius of several thousand meters also began to surge violently. Then it converged toward the cultivator who was breaking through. He's about to break through. Zi-Chun stared straight ahead. As for the other people of Yanba Castle, they also stopped patrolling and stared at the cultivator who was breaking through. Boundless energy gathered around the cultivator. The cultivator's body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the energy. Everyone looked on expectantly. Some people's expressions became extremely excited. Boom! Large amounts of energy converged toward the cultivator's body. A powerful aura was released from his body. His eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light flashed through them. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. Then, carefree and proud, laughter resounded through the sky. He broke through. Big Brother, Su Ming, broke through. He finally broke through. Haha, it seems that this place can be opened. Hearing Su Ming's complacent laughter, the group of Yanbo City cultivators also laughed softly. Their originally tense hearts also gradually relaxed. Su Ming abruptly stood up and lifted his head to look at the sky, after which he roared, "Open!" As the word fell, a new space appeared in the sky. Although this space was only 1 meter in size, it was a real world. There was a sky, clouds, and real sand in this space. Of course, in addition to these, there was also a wild and domineering aura in this small space. That's the domain. Although it's only 1 meter in size, the aura it contains is much more powerful than the reality realm. The two sides are indeed not on the same level. Amidst the fervent discussions, Su Ming pointed a finger at the 1 meter domain. As he pointed, a torrent of energy poured down from the domain and gathered at the tip of Su Ming's finger. Go! Su Ming looked at the domain energy at his fingertip, and the smile on his face grew wider. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he pointed his finger 5 meters away again. Whoosh! The ball of light formed by the domain energy left his fingertip and flew 5 meters away. Then an earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky. The space at the point of attack began to tremble violently. A huge dot of light appeared in everyone's sight. When the dot of light came into contact with the domain energy, it directly shattered. Within the dot of light, a transparent spatial passage appeared. When the cultivators of Yanba Castle saw the transparent passage, it was inevitable that some commotion would break out. On the other hand, Su Ming's face was filled with excitement. In a flash, his body flashed, and he headed towards the spatial passage. Leave some people to guard it. The rest of you follow me. Su Ming had already disappeared, but his voice echoed in the area. The cultivators looked at each other and saw the excitement and joy on each other's faces. Soon after, most of the cultivators rushed towards the passage, while the few that remained were left to guard it. Zichen quietly watched the figures disappear into the spatial passage. He did not immediately appear. Although he was very curious about the opportunities in the spatial passage, he had more important things to do. After a few breaths, only 9 cultivators remained from the original dozens. These 9 people were clearly in charge of patrolling. Of course, in addition to these 9 people, there were still many cultivators patrolling in the distance. In Zichen's reality space, everyone had already recovered from their previous shock. However, every time they saw the colorful light above their heads, a strange light would flash in their eyes. This reality space was very wide and, of course, very empty. Besides them, there was nothing else. As for the 2 void trees that Zichan had obtained, they had already been hidden. After all, the void trees were of great importance. Zichen still had to be cautious. I wonder when they will break through that secret area. Manshur was a little bored and scratched his head as he spoke. Who knows? I wonder if Zichen's plan will work. Beside him, Wu Xia also sat down in boredom. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the sky above this world. Get ready. We will end this quickly. Guwen, Ma Yingqiang, the 2 of you come with me. As soon as the voice fell, everyone felt a strong force send them out. The sudden appearance of a group of people, including Zichen, startled the 9 patrolling cultivators. Immediately after, they detected the numbers of Zichen and the others. Their faces were filled with astonishment. However, they did not arrogantly mock them. Instead, they took the initiative to kill. As soon as they saw the group, they reflexively rushed toward the space tunnel. This action did not mean that they wanted to guard the space tunnel. Instead, they wanted to go in and report. Humph! However, before they could reach the space tunnel, they heard a cold snort from there. As they raised their heads to look, they were surprised to find that there were already 3 people standing there. The one leading them was a young man wearing a black robe. He had a handsome face, but his bright eyes were filled with killing intent. As for the other 2, they were squatting at the side and drawing on the ground. No one knew what they were doing. Send the signal. Kill them. When Big Brother Su Ming appears, they will definitely die. The cultivator in front had a cold look in his eyes. Then he shouted coldly and charged toward Zichen. The powerful aura of a peak late-stage cultivator surged around him. The long sword in his hand lit up with rays of light. Then he struck a powerful blow toward Zichen. At the same time, the two cultivators behind him also sent a signal. A beam of light shot up into the sky and exploded in the sky. Humph! Zichen glanced indifferently at the beam of light that shot up into the sky. He sneered and said, "I wanted to kill you all before sending the signal. Since you have already sent the signal, it saves us a lot of trouble." When the cultivator heard this, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What does he mean by sending the signal? Does he want to kill everyone in one fell swoop? Just as this inconceivable thought appeared in his mind, he saw the black-robed man in front of him make his move. A dazzling black saber light slashed toward him. Bang! A powerful force circulated, and his attack was instantly broken. Then, the saber light continued forward and swept past him. Puff! Chapter 1351. Seeing their comrade, who had comprehended a mid-grade battle skill, get killed in a single blow, the other two were shocked. Their bodies involuntarily stopped, and they turned around to flee. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a giant standing in front of them. The giant's body emitted a black color as if it was made of steel. Its body emitted a powerful and oppressive aura. Go to hell! Just as the two trembled in fear at the sight of the steel giant shouted coldly and threw two punches at the two. The dazzling light of the fists contained the comprehension of a king battle skill. An extremely powerful aura surged as it heavily slammed into the two. Boom! Boom! The two were directly sent flying. As they flew, they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Man sure finished off the two with one punch. But before a hint of joy appeared on his face, he saw the two flying in the direction of the spatial tunnel. This discovery immediately caused a look of shock to appear on his face. If the two of them were to enter, even if they were corpses, it would still attract the attention of others. At that time, not only would Zichen's plan to annihilate them all fail, they would also be in trouble. But even if Man Sure discovered it, it was too late to stop it. The dazzling light of the fists suddenly appeared in front of Man Sure's worried eyes. The golden light of the fists hit the two flying people. As the energy vibrated, the two's bodies exploded in the sky. Phew! Seeing this, Man Sure heaved a huge sigh of relief. Zichen, who had punched, glanced at Man Sure indifferently. He did not blame the other party. Man Sure stuck out his tongue and smiled awkwardly. There were a total of 9 people guarding. Zichen and Man Sure killed 3 of them, and the other 6 were divided and killed by the others. Zichen glanced at the Aurora Pegasus, then looked at Dongqing on its back and said, "Go. Be careful. Don't let anyone go." Dongqing wore a close-fitting battle armor. Her waterfall-like long hair was tied into a neat ponytail. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zichen. She nodded lightly, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Dongqing's goal this time was to kill all the Yanbo castle cultivators who came after hearing the news and tried to escape. Go Win and Yuan Shiqiang were setting up a killing array at the entrance. Their goal was to kill all the cultivators who entered. As for Zichen and the others, they remained where they were, waiting for the group of cultivators to rush back after receiving the message. Everyone went into hiding, and only the Go brothers were still busy. 5 or 6 streams of light appeared in the sky. They were rushing over at top speed. However, other than the traces of battle, they could not see any of their companions. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Someone saw the 2 brothers busying themselves at the entrance and shouted from afar. The 2 brothers didn't seem to have heard the shout and continued to set up the array at a leisurely pace. Only their slightly trembling hands showed that they were slightly nervous. "You dare to set up a formation there? Do you want to die?" "So they are from Huping City. Kill them. Charge forward and destroy the 2 of them." When they got closer, They knew who the two brothers were from their serial numbers. Killing intent immediately appeared in their eyes, and they charged toward the two brothers. Although they didn't know the details of Yanba Castle's loss in Huping City, they knew that they had suffered a loss. Thus, they naturally wouldn't be polite when they met again today. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the two brothers, and no one paid attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, a cultivator felt as if a shadow had appeared in the corner of his eyes. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a shadow. His expression also changed greatly when he saw the shadow. He saw a saber light flash before his eyes and disappear in a flash. Uft! After killing one person, Zichen's figure flashed. Then he used his extreme speed movement technique and flew toward the second person. At the same time, Wu Xie, Manshur, and the others appeared one after another from their hiding places and began to kill the people who came. Su Ming led the group into the spatial tunnel and arrived at another space. This space wasn't very big, with a total area of less than 50 kilometers. The entire space was empty, and one could see the end of it at a glance. At the end of their line of sight, a huge ball of light appeared. The ball of light emitted a dazzling light, but it looked like a flowing ball of liquid. There's no danger. Seeing the only ball of light in this space, everyone was stunned because there wasn't any danger that should have appeared here. A cultivator licked his lips and said excitedly, "The fact that there's no danger means that we're lucky. That only ball of light should be some kind of supreme treasure. Let's go." Su Ming also pondered for a moment, then signaled everyone to charge forward. However, as soon as they moved, they saw rays of light appear out of thin air in front of them. After these rays of light appeared, they turned into human figures. These human figures were very cold, and extremely powerful auras surged from their bodies. When the group of cultivators saw these human figures, their expressions immediately changed. During this time, some cultivators even cried out in surprise, "Battle spirits! Why are they all battle spirits?" Indeed, these human figures were all battle spirits. Although they were only first-grade battle spirits, there were dozens of them, and it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Su Ming's cold gaze swept across the group of battle spirits in front of him, and his expression changed little by little. In the end, he muttered to himself, "Is this a coincidence?" As he muttered to himself, a cultivator cried out in surprise, "Why are there as many battle spirits as we are?" The others also noticed the abnormality, and their expressions changed. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll know when we kill our way over. Su Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes turned cold. He had just broken through to the domain realm, and he possessed powerful battle strength. His confidence was also at an explosive state. The first thing he did was to charge at the battle spirits in front of him. Boom! As he charged forward, he struck out with his palm, and a terrifying palm print directly exploded on a battle spirit. The latter didn't have time to counterattack, and his body disappeared along with the palm print. Taking care of a battle spirit with a single strike, this ease caused some people behind him to cheer. Su Ming smiled faintly, and then struck out with another palm. A palm print emitting a destructive aura rushed toward the second battle spirit. But this time the palm print didn't explode on the battle spirit's body. Instead, it passed through the battle spirit's body and exploded in the distance. What's going on? Why didn't I hit it? The cheers behind him came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked ahead in disbelief. Su Ming also had a puzzled look on his face. Then he attacked another battle spirit. But just like before, the palm print passed through the battle spirit's body and exploded in the distance. These battle spirits didn't attack, and they just stood there and let Su Ming attack. However, except for the first battle spirit, the other battle spirits couldn't be killed. Maybe it's one battle spirit per person. You go up and try. Su Ming glanced at the cultivator beside him. The latter nodded and rushed toward the battle spirits with his weapon in hand. However, Just as he moved, one of the battle spirits that hadn't moved before also moved. The battle spirit held a spear in its hand and shot toward the cultivator at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The weapons collided, and a clanging sound rang out. The cultivator was knocked back several steps. It seems like that's the case. Each of you take one battle spirit. I'll go first. Su Ming nodded. After giving the order, he rushed forward. The other battle spirits did not stop him and allowed Su Ming to pass by. However, Su Ming didn't go far before another light figure appeared. It turned into a battle spirit and waited in front of him. This battle spirit was even stronger than the previous one. Su Ming attacked again. Just as Su Ming successfully dealt with the second battle spirit, the cultivators behind him and the battle spirits began to fight. In a one-on-one battle, there was no way to gang up on them. The cultivators of Yanbo Castle naturally won and lost, and in this place, defeat often meant death. However, there were still some cultivators who felt that they couldn't win and turned to run outside. However, even if they ran outside, there was a killing array that cut off their escape route. The result was the same. As soon as the battle began, Su Ming relied on his powerful strength to rush toward the light spot in the depths. In the outside world, the cultivators of Yanbo Castle who heard the news were almost all dead. Let's end this quickly. After chopping off another head, Zichun coldly shouted. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of the second cultivator. This cultivator had long been scared out of his wits by everyone's killing methods. At this moment, he was already thinking of retreating. However, in front of Zichen's shining blade, it was all over. Ah, why is there a formation here? Damn it, what the hell is going on? However, while the slaughter was going on outside, the two brothers at the entrance had also finished setting up the killing array. As soon as it was completed, cultivators rushed out from inside and accidentally entered the killing array. Then, a series of panic cries of alarm rang out. Hearing the cries of alarm, everyone subconsciously turned to look at the killing array. They saw the injured cultivators. Wu Xie rushed to Zichen's side in a flash. He looked at the cultivators in the killing array and said coldly they must have encountered some kind of danger inside and ran out because they couldn't win. Counting the number of cultivators killed, there shouldn't be many left. He glanced at the Flame Bow City cultivators who were fleeing in fear and said indifferently, "Leave a few battle beasts here to clean up. The rest of you, follow me in." Hearing this, Go Wei and the others retreated. Even Dong Qing retreated, leaving only a few battle beasts behind. As for the people who rushed out of the killing array, they had already been killed. "Follow me. You two brothers follow as well." As he spoke, Zichen rushed toward the entrance. However, just as he was about to reach the entrance, Guwen pointed a finger, and a ray of light fell on Zichen's body. This ray of light could prevent the killing array from activating. Zichen's body flashed and entered the spatial passage. Then Wu Xie and the others rushed in one after another. The two brothers were the last to enter. After Zichen entered the space, he heard the sound of energy explosions. Then he saw many cultivators fighting with battle spirits. At this moment, everyone was busy fighting. No one paid any attention to Zichen and the others. Chapter 1352. Wu Xie's eyes widened as he stared at the single dot of light. "What's that? A supreme treasure?" he exclaimed. "It's the only supreme treasure in this space," Manshur added as he looked at the flickering dot of light. "Look, someone's already gone over there." Gu Wei pointed at a figure in the distance. Su Ming had already flown far away and was about to reach the ball of light. "Let's deal with the others first." Zichen glanced at where Su Ming was, then retracted his gaze and looked at the cultivators fighting the war spirits. "No one knows what that thing is. It's fine if it's something temporarily useless, but what if it's a powerful weapon? If he obtains it, we'll all be in danger. Our top priority right now is to stop him or get that thing as soon as possible, Shang Guanhong said as she took a step forward. Zi Chen was also worried, but in this situation, how could he leave? Just in case, Zi Chen, you go first. Leave this place to us. Wu Xia had no objections. That's right. Zi Chen, you go first, Manshur also said. Zi Chen was still somewhat hesitant. Hurry up and go. You can't block everything for us. There's still a long way to go, Gu Wei said in a deep voice. Zi Chen looked back at the group. They all nodded. Good. Be careful. If you can't handle it, retreat first. After saying that, Zi Chen rushed forward. Because Su Ming had been gone for a long time, Zi Chen couldn't hide his strength anymore. As he rushed forward, the heavenly lightning wings appeared on his back. His body released a powerful and tyrannical aura. Golden light flashed around his body. On his back, the lightning wings flickered with thousands of silver lightning bolts. Under the cover of the golden and silver light, Zi Chen was as eye-catching and dazzling as the only ball of light in this world. After looking at the dazzling figure, the cultivators of Yamba Castle realized that there was an outsider. Their expressions changed greatly, and some of them were instantly killed by the battle spirit because they were slightly distracted. The battle spirits that killed human cultivators would also disappear in the next moment. Big brother Su Ming, there's an intruder! A shout rang out in this space. Su Ming, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, also turned his head when he heard this. He also frowned. He could not understand why an outsider would rush over so quickly. Just as he was guessing who had arrived, he saw Zi Chen charging forward. Zi Chen's body was emitting a dazzling light, which was still very eye-catching at this moment. Moreover, the dazzling light emitted from his body was also very powerful. Even Su Ming's expression turned serious when he saw this. However, the moment he sensed the fluctuation of realm from Zi Chen's body, as well as the city number that appeared in his mind, the slight seriousness on his face immediately disappeared. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and it was replaced by a thick sense of mockery. Someone from Huping City still dares to come here. You're simply courting death. He sneered and turned around, preparing to take the supreme treasure first. However, before he could turn around, Zi Chen was attacked by a battle spirit in front of him. As for Su Ming, who was originally watching this battle with interest, the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth slowly disappeared, and then it turned into a sneer. Zi Chen, who was charging forward, did not attack the battle spirit. Instead, he directly rushed into the depths of the space. Behind him, the battle spirit was also chasing closely. In this way, Zi Chen's speed was almost unimpeded. However, there was still a good show to watch. Sure enough, after flying for a short distance, another battle spirit appeared in front of Zi Chen. When the battle spirit saw Zi Chen, it launched a powerful attack at him. The lightning wings on Zi Chen's back vibrated. The light under his feet flashed, and he flashed past. He continued to charge forward. Soon after, Zi Chen encountered the fourth and fifth battle spirits. Su Ming shook his head as he gazed at Zi Chen, who was about to be surrounded by battle spirits. The mocking smile on his face gradually turned into disappointment. According to Ling Dong, there are also a few experts in Huping City. I originally wanted to see them, but it looks like I won't have the chance now. Even he would have to expend a great deal of effort to win when surrounded by 5 battle spirits. As for that late corporeal stage guy, he had no chance of victory at all. Su Ming shook his head in disappointment, turned around, and left. Behind him, some cultivators took advantage of the battle to shoot a glance at Zi Chen. Soon after, mocking looks appeared on their faces. They originally thought that he would be a threat, but who would have thought that he was actually a brainless fool? Wasn't he just courting death by charging forward so recklessly? Just as the cultivators in Yanba Castle believed that Zichen was dead for sure, his figure was also surrounded by 5 battle spirits. Each of the 5 battle spirits was stronger than the last. The strongest was already a second-grade battle spirit. This kind of existence was called the half-step domain realm. After the 5 battle spirits surrounded Zichen, they all attacked together, each of them unleashing their strongest attacks. Zichen, who was charging forward, also stopped at this moment. There was no panic in the depths of his cold eyes. Instead, he appeared very calm. He gripped the black saber tightly in his hand. The runes engraved on the surface of the black saber lit up one by one. Soon after, a vague shadow of a beast flashed and disappeared. Immediately after, a dense black light erupted from the black saber. The black light contained an extremely powerful aura. A pitch-black saber light shot out from the black saber, directly causing the space to distort as it slashed forward. Zichen slashed forward with his saber. Immediately after, the black saber drew a perfect circle with Zichen as the center. Within this circle, a dense black light enveloped Zichen's entire body. Puffed, puffed, puffed. No intense energy vibrations were emitted. After a moment of silence in the sky, 5 soft sounds rang out. The attacks of the 5 battle spirits dissipated before they could land. Immediately after, the bodies of the 5 battle spirits also dissipated along with the dissipating black light. When the black light dissipated, Zichen's figure appeared. His expression was still calm. However, everyone was shocked to find that there was not the slightest injury on his body. He had killed 5 powerful battle spirits with a single slash. Such a powerful combat strength also shocked them greatly. Their hearts were greatly shaken. Just as they were slightly dazed, Wu Xie and the others seized the opportunity to start another round of killing. In front of him, Su Ming felt a powerful aura appear behind him. When he turned around, he saw the black saber drawing a perfect black light circle. The 5 battle spirits were enveloped by the black light circle. His eyes immediately turned serious. He looked at Zichen in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible?" Even he would need to spend a lot of time to deal with these 5 battle spirits. However, his opponent seemed much weaker than him. He had actually killed them with a single slash. Through this slash, Su Ming could already feel how powerful Zichen was. He looked at Zichen with a serious expression. However, he had no intention of killing him. The most important thing now was to obtain the treasure first. Therefore, he turned around and went deeper. Just as he went deeper, he saw Zichen, who had killed the 5 battle spirits, also flapped his lightning wings and went deeper. This time, he chose to go on a rampage like before. After gathering 2 or 3 battle spirits, he would kill them with a single slash. In this way, the gap between the 2 sides gradually narrowed due to Zichen's killing speed. Seeing Zichen getting closer and closer, Su Ming also felt a trace of pressure. The battle spirits that appeared in front of him were also getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, he could no longer kill them instantly. Die. After spending a lot of effort to kill another battle spirit, he saw Zichen catching up. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and struck out at Zichen in the distance. The moment the palm print left his body, it suddenly enlarged. In the end, it was like a small mountain pressing down on Zichen. As the palm print pressed down, a spatial pressure appeared, which reduced Zichen's speed. The palm print had already locked onto Zichen. Unable to dodge this attack, he could only stop helplessly. He held his blade and slashed at the sky. Demonic blade slash. As a low roar resounded between heaven and earth, the pitch-black blade light went against the sky. With a powerful energy fluctuation, it collided with the palm print in the sky. Boom! Above the sky, there was a loud explosion. The 2 types of energy collided in the sky. The powerful aura of the palm print weakened, and the pitch-black blade light was no longer sharp. In the end, the two attacks dissipated. In this collision, Zichen was actually on par with Su Ming. However, Zichen's body paused when he struck out, allowing the battle spirit behind him to catch up. He could only kill this battle spirit again. After successfully killing the battle spirit, the distance between the two of them increased a little. Su Ming turned around and smiled coldly at Zichen. That smile seemed to be saying, "This treasure is mine." Zichen glanced at Su Ming indifferently. The lightning wings on his back began to vibrate at a high frequency. His entire body seemed to be walking in the space between reality and illusion. His body began to flicker as if he was teleporting, rushing toward Su Ming. Seeing Zichen's strange speed, Su Ming was shocked. At the same time, he was slightly distracted and was almost injured by the battle spirit that had just appeared. He quickly turned around and focused on fighting the enemy. Zichen's speed made Su Ming feel a lot of pressure. He had to use a powerful method to kill the battle spirit. The distance between the two of them finally closed. The battle spirit behind them was also getting stronger and stronger. It was almost no weaker than a third-grade battle spirit. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and decided not to charge forward. Instead, he turned around and stared at Zichen. Obviously, he had decided to finish off his opponent here. However, when he turned around, he found that Zichen had suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. Su Ming was startled by Zichen's change of direction. He didn't know what his opponent meant. Did he give up? Chapter 1353. Looking at the direction Zichen was heading in, and looking at the second item in this world, Su Ming's expression also changed, becoming uncertain. It was a long and flat black object. Perhaps because it had been there for too long, there were obvious traces of rust on it, making it look very mottled. However, in Su Ming's understanding, the more rusty an item was, the more extraordinary it was. Seeing Zichen head straight in that direction, a trace of anger rose in his heart. However, wanting to catch up at this moment was undoubtedly a fool's dream because the latter's speed was simply too fast. What exactly was that rusty thing? Would it be a long sword with extraordinary power, a long saber with destructive power, a long black ruler with unique shape, or without a doubt? Su Ming fell into a state of worry. However, he did not take advantage of this time to go deeper. Instead, he watched as Zichen rushed forward. At the same time, he seemed a little annoyed. It was all because of this damn guy. He had distracted him. Otherwise, with his eyesight, how could he not have seen this thing? Just as Su Ming's heart was in a fierce struggle, Zichen finally arrived in front of the black object. He stopped in his tracks and glanced at Su Ming in the distance. He smiled coldly at the other party and bent down to grab the black object. As he bent down, the energy around Zichen's body vibrated. He was very vigilant. Usually, there would be powerful existences guarding the vicinity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This thing looked extraordinary, so perhaps there was something guarding it. However, after Zichen grasped the black object, there was nothing abnormal in the surroundings. Not even a battle spirit appeared. There's no danger. Even Su Ming in the distance was slightly startled. Even further away, Wu Xie and the others' expressions changed when they saw the scene. Seeing that there was no danger in the surroundings, the anticipation on their faces weakened a little. If there was no danger, it meant that there was no value in guarding it. If there was no value in guarding it, it meant that it had no value in the first place. Perhaps it was just an ordinary item that could not be more ordinary and had just been casually discarded. Su Ming also had the same thought. He desperately hoped that this was really just a piece of trash. At this moment, Zichen grabbed the black object with his right hand. A huge force gathered in his hand. He held the black object tightly and pulled it out of the ground with great force. Then he shouted, "Rise!" With a pung sound, the black object was lifted off the ground, and some soil was raised around it. Then, Zichen's figure staggered back a few steps, becoming unstable. This was not because the black object was too heavy, but because it was too light. Zichen had used too much force, causing his center of gravity to be unstable. There was nothing to protect it, and it was an extremely light object. Even Zichen's heart sank slightly. When he saw this thing and steadied himself, the other half of his heart turned cold. It was an object, but it was not a weapon. Instead, it was a rusty scabbard. The scabbard was extremely light, as if it had no weight at all. Its surface was covered in a layer of rust, so there was nothing special about it. When Wu Xie and the others saw that Zichen had actually pulled out a scabbard from a distance, they shook their heads in disappointment. Clearly, they felt that it was not worth it to miss the best opportunity to enter the depths for something like this. Fortunately, Su Ming did not advance, so Zichen still had a chance to stop him. Although they were disappointed, Wu Xie and the others did not stop fighting. However, it was worth mentioning that a few corresponding battle spirits had appeared during this period of time, and they had dealt with them. However, one of the 17 of them had died. Now, there were 16 people left, and the person who had died was from Huping City. As he gazed at the scabbard in Zichen's hand, as well as the latter's continuously changing expression, a stunned expression surfaced on Su Ming's face. Soon after, his anxious mood directly dissipated as he opened his mouth and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha!" His laughter, which was filled with joy and mockery, rang out. His clear laughter seemed to drown out the sounds of the battle in the distance. "What are you laughing at? Is it really that funny?" Zichen's face darkened as he coldly glanced at Su Ming. "You thought you'd discovered a treasure, right? You didn't think it would be a piece of trash. Haha, you treat trash as a treasure. Only you people from Huping City would do something like that." Su Ming's laughter continued. Zichen, who had originally intended to throw away the scabbard, tightly gripped the scabbard when he heard this, as he disdainfully replied, "Idiot! Do you think that this thing that appeared in this world is a waste product? Have you ever seen waste products in this world? Waste products, to think that you can say that. Do you think that this is a waste recycling station?" As if to prove his words, Zichen held the scabbard in one hand and the scabbard in the other as he walked back into the depths. Su Ming was stunned by what he had said. His laughter faded, and he stared at the scabbard in Zichen's hand with an uncertain expression. Perhaps this really was an incredible item. Along the way, Zichen discovered that Su Ming did not go any further. He asked in confusion, "Why aren't you going any further?" Su Ming coldly smiled. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as he said, "I'm waiting for you. It won't be too late to continue after I've dealt with you." Zichen looked at the ball of light in the depths, then turned back to look at Su Ming. He said, "What's the point of that? After we've killed each other, we still have to go deeper. Why don't the two of us go deeper first? It won't be too late to decide the victor after we reach the ball of light." Su Ming stared at Zichen. His cold gaze seemed to want to see through Zichen. Zichen calmly looked at Su Ming, but his grip on the scabbard tightened. Su Ming coldly smiled. He actually agreed with Zichen's suggestion. He nodded and said, "That's fine. We'll have a battle to the death under the ball of light." With that, he turned around and charged into the depths. This time, he ran for more than 10 miles before he encountered another battle spirit. Judging from the battle spirit's aura, the latter was infinitely close to the domain realm. In other words, he was about to reach the 3rd level of battle spirit. Su Ming raised his head and looked at the ball of light 10 miles away. He grinned maliciously and charged towards the battle spirit in front of him. As he charged forward, he sent out a palm strike towards the battle spirit. Facing the incoming palm strike, the battle spirit also attacked with his spear. There seemed to be a dragon's roar as the spear transformed into a dragon shadow and rushed towards Su Ming. Just as the battle began, Zi Chen's tense heart relaxed. He was really afraid that Su Ming would rush to the ball of light. Decapitation. After using his strongest attack to kill the battle spirit, he rushed forward. This time he also ran for more than 10 miles. Unfortunately, as soon as he arrived, Su Ming's battle had already ended. He paid the price of a light injury to kill the battle spirit and rushed into the depths. Damn it! Zi Chen cursed and instantly rushed forward. As he rushed forward, the battle spirit attacked Zi Chen. Zi Chen gripped his long saber tightly and shouted, "Slash!" As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber in his hand actually left his hand. A pitch-black, golden-eyed beast soul shadow emerged from the blade. The soul shadow stared coldly at the battle spirit in front of it. The aura of the long saber skyrocketed the moment the soul shadow appeared. The surrounding space began to distort. The saber seemed to tear through the air as it slashed towards the battle spirit in front of it. Facing this attack, the battle spirit remained expressionless. He raised the long sword in his hand high, and a ray of light appeared on the blade. This ray of light instantly became resplendent. Then, like a stream of water, the light filled the entire sword. The long sword shook in the void. As the energy vibrated, it directly slashed down. Boom! The saber and sword collided. The entire world seemed to quiet down for a moment. A powerful surge of energy swept out from the point of collision. At the same time, a rumbling sound rang out. The saber light's attack was gradually dissolved by the long sword. The golden-eyed beast's attack was clearly blocked by the battle spirit. But in the next moment, a spear shadow flashed with silver light. It pierced through the energy shock waves and headed straight for the battle spirit's forehead. Puff! The long spear pierced through the battle spirit's forehead. A sharp spear light shot into the distance. The air seemed to be pierced through by this finger. After the spear shadow, Zi Chen appeared. A light shield appeared around his body. Inside the light shield was a battle armor. At the center of the battle armor was a small beast. Just now, it was the battle armor that had blocked the energy shock waves, giving Zi Chen a chance to use his spear. After the battle spirit's forehead was pierced, the battle spirit's figure in front of him slowly dissipated. Zi Chen put away his spear and grabbed his saber. He shook his thunder wings and fled into the depths. Hearing the commotion behind him, Su Ming had just turned around when he saw the battle spirit being killed. Then he saw Zi Chen rush out unscathed. How is this possible? Su Ming couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. In order to fight for speed, he paid the price of minor injuries to kill the enemy. But the enemy was faster than him, and he was not injured. But although he was shocked, he didn't stop moving. In the blink of an eye, he was below the ball of light. However, before he could leap into the air to grab the ball of light, he saw another person appear in front of him. The moment this person appeared, Su Ming felt a dangerous aura. He couldn't help but stop. In front of him stood a battle spirit in a black robe. He held a sheathed saber in his hand. His eyes were incomparably black and bright, and he seemed to be very intelligent. He sized up Su Ming with an indifferent expression, as if he was a life form with intelligence. After feeling the oppressive aura from the other party, Su Ming's pupils shrank. He whispered, "Third-grade battle spirit." A third-grade battle spirit was already at the domain realm in the outside world. It was the same as his realm, but the other party was a remnant soul. It was obvious that his comprehension of battle skills was deeper than his. Looking at the third-grade battle spirit in front of him and then at the ball of light above his head, Su Ming's face suddenly had a sinister smile. Chapter 1354. Seeing Zi Chen rush towards that mass of light, Su Ming didn't stop him. He only coldly sneered and said, "You are seeking death." Then he lowered his head and saw that the black-robed battle spirit's gaze had shifted from him to Zichin. Battle spirit tightened his grip on the saber scabbard. At the same time, his right hand rested on the saber hilt. A tyrannical and formidable aura was released from battle spirit's body. This aura soared into the skies, sweeping towards Zichin. Space began to twist as the power of space spread towards Zichin. As the power of space pressed down on him, Zichin felt a dangerous aura coming from in front of him. His complexion changed, and he immediately retreated. It was only after he left the range of this killing intent that he landed on the ground. Before the battle spirit even attacked, there was already such a powerful aura. Zichin could clearly feel just how terrifying this battle spirit was. Zichin landed not too far away from Suming, but no new battle spirit appeared in front of him. There was only the black-robed battle spirit standing there by himself. Although his figure was lonely, he stood tall and proud. It was clear that he was the last threat. Suming didn't attack, and Zichin also didn't attack. The black-robed battle spirit only gripped his saber and stood there indifferently. But his eyes were looking at the two of them. Although he didn't say anything, his indifferent expression seemed to be saying that the two of them should first fight to a victor and then fight him. Zichin carefully looked at the battle spirit in front of him. Because he had just picked up a scabbard, he paid special attention to the other party's scabbard. The scabbard was pure black. Although there weren't many lines on it, it still exuded an ancient aura. It had a simple and natural beauty to it, like a black gem that didn't need to be forged. Just looking at it would make one appreciate it. Of course, this was only a feeling Zichin had after picking up the scabbard. In truth, in Suming's heart, there was only one word for this thing: danger. After admiring the scabbard, he looked at the hilt. He really couldn't see anything special about it. The feeling it gave Zichin was that it was ordinary. In Zichin's mind, the reason why the black-robed man was so powerful was probably because of the scabbard. However, Zichin could only keep such thoughts to himself. If he said it out loud, he would be ridiculed. Wasn't it just a rusty scabbard? There was no need to act like a love-struck fool. He cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and when he looked at the black-robed man again, his expression had become extremely solemn. Clearly, if he wanted to obtain that ball of light, he would have to kill this guy. However, it would not be so easy to kill him. Therefore, Zichin turned to look at Suming. He smiled gently and asked, "How should I address you?" "Suku." Suku seemed to have guessed the meaning of Zichin's greeting and gave him a playful smile. "I am Zichin." Zichin smiled again. Suming's expression changed when he heard the name. He said coldly, "You're Zichin." "That's right. Why? Does Brother Su know me?" Zichin asked in surprise. Suming's expression was somewhat ferocious. "I've heard about you from Lingdong." Zichin smiled and said, "It's rare that Brother Su still remembers me. I'm really flattered." Suming smiled coldly and said, "Of course I remember you. After knowing your name, I've never forgotten you, because in the last battle, my younger brother's head was chopped off by you." Ah! Zichin was stunned when he heard this. He then laughed dryly and said, "That's really sad news. My condolences, Brother Su." Suming did not immediately become angry. Instead, he looked at Zichin and asked again, "You should know Chuan Xing, right?" Zichin nodded and said, "I know him. We even had a small disagreement back then." Suming was so angry that he laughed and said, "A small disagreement? Then why did you kill him and chop off his head because of this small disagreement?" Seeing how agitated Suming was, Zichin could not help but ask, "How is Chuan Xing related to Brother Su?" Suming coldly said, "He's my martial uncle." "Ah, this is really too much of a coincidence. My condolences, Brother Su." Zichin was a little embarrassed by this. Suming looked at Zichin and said indifferently, "There's no need for you to comfort me. As cultivators, if they don't die in battle, they kill. I've known this for a long time. Although it's sad to hear this, I can understand. Zichen nodded and said, It's good that you understand. I didn't expect Brother Su to be such a reasonable person. Of course, killing is a rule that the entire Zhanwu continent believes in. How can I change it? The only thing I can do is kill you and avenge them, Su Ming said coldly. I can understand that. We will naturally fight, but before that… Zichen looked at Su Ming with some difficulty, then looked at the indifferent battle spirit that stood there without any intention of attacking. I know what you want to say. Su Ming glanced at Zichen, then turned back to look into the distance. The battle there had already ended. In Su Ming's line of sight, he could no longer see the people of Yanbo Castle. Immediately, his expression changed. You have some skills. You actually slaughtered all our people. Now I can't let you go. Zichen still wanted to persuade Su Ming. He said, This battle spirit is very strong. Let's work together now. After we kill him, we can discuss who gets these balls of light. Su Ming sneered and said mockingly, Of course not. Do you think I'm a fool blinded by treasure? If we work together to kill battle spirit now, it'll be you working together to kill me later. Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll kill your companions. I'll have a way to deal with battle spirit. Chen's expression darkened. He had been smiling, but he did not expect Su Ming to not listen at all. He said coldly, So, we'll have a battle to the death now. Of course. The mocking smile on Su Ming's face disappeared. His pitch-black eyes were filled with murderous intent. He growled, Die. He tapped his foot, and his entire body turned into a stream of light, rushing toward Zichen. Zichen shouted and waved his fist. A golden fist shadow condensed in front of him, and then attacked Su Ming. Whoosh! Su Ming, who was in front of him, did not collide with the fist light. Instead, his figure flashed in the air and disappeared. In the next moment, Zichen felt a strong wind coming from behind him. At the same time, the space behind him became viscous as a strong pressure appeared. You want to compete with the world's fastest speed? Zichen's eyes had a hint of mockery. The moment he sensed the abnormality, he turned around and slashed forward with his blade. This slash was very casual. Zichen had practiced it countless times. The pitch-black blade broke through the viscous space and hit a long sword hidden in the depths of the space. Boom! A violent energy explosion was heard, and an extremely strong fluctuation appeared. Zichen's figure was directly pushed back by several steps. In front of him, Su Ming's figure was also blasted away by Zichen's attack. A strange look appeared in his eyes. He took advantage of the momentum to retreat, avoiding the shock wave. Whoosh! But just as he retreated, Su Ming's figure disappeared again. Zichen, who was retreating, had a cold look in his eyes. Two lights, one gold and one silver, appeared in his pupils. Under the yin-yang eye, he saw a figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. He took a step forward, and the space shook at this moment. Then, boundless golden light was released from his body. He raised the long sword in his hand high, and then slashed downwards. The originally pitch-black long sword exploded with a dazzling golden light in the next moment. A strong aura emerged from the golden blade light, and with the power to sweep the space, it slashed forward. The space in front of him seemed to be cut open by this slash, and the power of space began to distort crazily. A sharp sword light had just appeared in the void, but it was shattered by this slash. Then, the void broke open, revealing a slightly surprised expression on Su Ming's face. Looking at Su Ming's expression, Zichen smiled coldly. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade light in Zichen's hand suddenly changed direction. It was originally a slash, but now it became a horizontal slash, directly sweeping towards Su Ming's neck. This attack could be said to be fast and ruthless. A hint of panic appeared in Su Ming's eyes. However, the latter was not an ordinary person. He shouted in a low voice, and the power of the domain formed a defense to protect his body. At the same time, the long sword in his hand also blocked in front of him. Clang! Under the slash, the long sword was directly blocked. Then, the blade light slashed towards Su Ming's body. His strong defense was also instantly cut open by Zi Chen's slash. A dazzling light flashed. Zi Chen's slash seemed to have cut steel, and endless sparks flew in all directions. The blade light cut from one end to the other. Bang! Su Ming's defense was shattered, but he also took advantage of this opportunity to dodge and retreat. His body only stopped after retreating dozens of meters. His eyes were still filled with deep shock. What kind of move is this? He looked at the red mark on Su Ming's neck. There were already traces of blood on the mark. He did not answer Su Ming. He only sighed inwardly and said, "What a pity. Just a little more." Su Ming seemed to have sensed something. He touched his neck and felt his hand was wet. When he looked down, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. A trace of horror appeared on his already shocked face. If he had not switched from offense to defense at the critical moment, that slash would have taken his life. He was a domain realm expert, but he was actually almost killed by a corporeal realm expert. After recovering from his shock, Su Ming was extremely angry. Previously, he wanted to rely on his speed to kill his opponent, but now it seemed unrealistic. Zi Chen was very fast, and his perception was very sharp. He could only use force to kill him. Flaming sword kill. Endless murderous intent appeared in his eyes. With a roar, the power of the domain realm erupted from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a man of fire in an instant. Even the long sword in his hand was burning. As the power of the flames burned, the surrounding space began to distort. His burning eyes stared coldly at Zi Chen. "I'll let you see what a high-rank battle skill is." A stream of flaming sword aura carried the power of the flames. It tore through the air and shook the space as it rapidly flew toward Zi Chen. Chapter 1355. Flaming Sword Kill. Superior Level 1 Battle Skill. Even in the outside world, this kind of battle skill was very high-end. It was a king-level battle skill that was specially prepared for the peak of the first-level domain. However, in the outside world, even some second-level domain cultivators might not be able to obtain it. Little flames danced, forming an oppressive space that enveloped Zi Chen. Zi Chen's speed was greatly reduced as he was trapped in the space. At the same time, a dangerous aura came from the sword Qi in front of him. Die. Su Ming smiled at Zi Chen ferociously as he watched the endless flames engulf Zi Chen. Su Ming was very confident in his attack because his comprehension ability was considered top-notch compared to the cultivators in the entire Mana realm. It took him hundreds of years to comprehend a superior level 1 battle skill. During these hundreds of years, Su Ming had been suppressing his level and not allowing it to break through. In fact, Su Ming was not the only one. Many families in Yanba Castle also cultivated their own family members in advance when they learned that the Manor Realm had opened. Similarly, in the other hundreds of cities in the Shantian Prefecture, those with a little bit of background would cultivate talents who would enter the Manor Realm in the future hundreds of years in advance. Some of the low-end talents had only comprehended entry-level battle skills, such as Luguang City and Sibei City, which were less than 100. As for the slightly stronger cultivators, such as the cultivators in Liaowei City, who were ranked below 90, knew some mid-grade battle skills. Finally, the higher-end cultivators, who were ranked above 90, knew 1 or 2 superior battle skills. Of course, an old city like Huping City that had been around for tens of thousands of years was not included. Boom! The flames exploded in front of Su Ming, and a powerful energy wave spread out. The space where the battle took place began to distort violently as waves of destructive power rippled out. Su Ming's lips gradually curled into a ferocious smile. This was his strongest move, and it should be able to kill this arrogant reality realm cultivator. However, before his smile could fully bloom, the ferocious smile slowly froze. A powerful aura suddenly rushed out of the flames, and then a dazzling golden light cut through the flames and slashed toward Su Ming. Su Ming's expression turned serious in the face of this attack, but he did not panic in the face of danger. He swung his long sword forward, and the tip of the sword touched the golden light. Boom! An even more violent wave of energy swept out, causing Su Ming to retreat more than 10 steps. In front of him, Ziqin had also retreated from the shockwave of energy, completely unscathed. Around his body, the defensive armor formed by the scale shield flame full reappeared. He's actually not injured. Su Ming's expression gradually darkened when he saw that Ziqin wasn't injured in the slightest. He knew very well how powerful his attack was. Even a domain realm expert would suffer a great loss if they didn't possess a battle skill of the same level as his, let alone a mere reality realm expert. Swoosh! Su Ming tapped his foot and charged forward again with his sword in hand. On the sharp sword light, specks of flame spread out. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Decapitation! With a low shout, the black saber light in Ziqin's hand turned into a resplendent gold as it chopped towards the sword in front of him. Clang! When the sword and saber collided, a clanging sound rang out and sparks flew in all directions. A powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. Ziqin and Su Ming retreated once again as a long crack split open in the middle, spreading all the way to their feet. Su Ming's gloomy expression was somewhat ugly as he forcefully suppressed his churning blood. He originally thought that he could easily finish off this reality realm expert, but he didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult to deal with. At the end of the crack, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ziqin's mouth. He didn't even need to use this much energy to deal with Chuan Xing in the outside world, but it was so difficult to deal with Su Ming, who was at the same level. This indirectly showed how terrifying a domain realm expert who knew a king-level battle skill was. Die. Cold voices sounded from their mouths at almost the same time. Then the two turned into 2 beams of light and charged at each other. The beams of light met in the sky. Sounds of collision rang out from the beams of light, and powerful energy surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Flaming sword kill. Decapitation. Similar angry shouts continued to ring out. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others were very anxious when they saw that Ziqin's attack was not successful. After killing all the Yanba castle cultivators, they quickly rushed over. But halfway there, a figure blocked Wu Xie's path. It was a 2nd-level war spirit. Get lost, Wu Xie roared. At this moment, he didn't care about tangling with the war spirit. A beam of light emitting a powerful aura shot towards the war spirit from between his eyebrows. The 2nd-level war spirit shook the long spear in his hand and pointed it at the attack. Then boundless energy surged and the attack was instantly destroyed by the war spirit. But in the next moment, Wu Xie turned into a beam of light, holding a long sword. He passed through the vibrating energy and hit the war spirit's forehead between its eyebrows. Uft! The war spirit dissipated as the war spirit was pierced through. Wu Xie continued to rush forward. Just as Wu Xie rushed forward, the others also rushed towards the depths, wanting to help Ziqin. But before they could help, they had to stay alive first. A mournful scream echoed in this world. It was a cultivator from Luguang City. He was no match for the 2nd-level war spirit, and his chest was pierced through. Little fifth. Jia Wei turned his head and looked at the cultivator with a pained expression. Little Fifth died and collapsed. The war spirit's figure also dissipated. When the group arrived here, there were casualties again. In front of them, the energy was still vibrating. The two turned into beams of light and tangled with each other for a while before dispersing again. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of Zi Chen's mouth. Su Ming's hair was disheveled and the armor on his body was broken in many places. He looked very miserable. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me into such a state as a mere corporeal realm practitioner. Your strength isn't bad, and your technique comprehension isn't bad either. Unfortunately, the difference between the two of us isn't that great. It's impossible for you to kill me. Su Ming looked at Zi Chen and coldly smiled. Is it impossible? Zi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Su Ming. The latter's strength was something he had not expected. The first failure of his hopeless attempt to behead Zi Chen had dealt a blow to his heart. If you want to kill me, your strength will have to double again. But how is that possible? But at the same time, if I want to kill you, I will need to increase my strength. A hint of a smile suddenly appeared in Su Ming's cold eyes. And I just so happen to have a method to increase my strength. You're very lucky. Originally, I was going to save it for killing the war spirit. Fortunately, I will use it on you first. With a cold smile, a milky white bead appeared in Su Ming's hand. The bead emitted a faint halo, and an extremely oppressive aura gushed out from it. Zi Chen's sharp senses sensed a powerful aura from the bead. This aura contained an extremely strong destructive power. Unfortunately, he did not recognize this bead. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others also sensed the terror of the bead. Their expressions changed drastically. This is the spirit gathering bead. The charging Shi Jinwei immediately stopped when he saw the white bead. He let out a cry of surprise, his eyes filled with shock. Su Ming held the spirit gathering bead in his hand. Even the distant war spirit's cold eyes flashed. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at Shi Jinwei in surprise. He smiled faintly and said, "You are quite knowledgeable." "Not bad. This is the spirit gathering bead. As for the power contained within, it is the strongest attack of a mid-first layer domain realm cultivator. This attack is almost comparable to a peak first layer domain realm cultivator." Zi Chen's expression turned a lot more serious when he heard this. He was confident that he would not be defeated by Su Ming, but it was impossible for him to block this attack unscathed. However, he was not the slightest bit afraid. Su Ming had the spirit gathering bead, so did he. On the other hand, Zi Chen still had several tricks up his sleeve. Now, it all depended on which one he chose. He took a deep breath. The resplendent golden light around his body became even more dazzling in the next moment. Then a berserk aura surged. It's useless. Even if you push your power to the limit, you are still only in the corporeal realm. Su Ming laughed mockingly when he saw the golden light around Zi Chen. Then he held the spirit gathering bead with one hand and began to absorb the power within. "Is that so? Are you so sure?" Zi Chen laughed coldly. Another ray of light appeared in the golden light around his body. This time, it was a ray of silver light. At first, Su Ming thought that it was the light from the heavenly thunder wings on Zi Chen's back. Therefore, he wanted to mock him a little more. However, he soon realized that the power was actually emitted from Zi Chen's body. Moreover, this power was not any weaker than the one Zi Chen had used before. The dazzling silver light then occupied half of Zi Chen's body, one gold and one silver. The two powers were once again mobilized by Zi Chen at the same time. As for Zi Chen, the already violent aura around him became even more violent. "Now let's see who will die." Zi Chen coldly snorted. Gold and silver light swirled around the black blade in his hand. Waves of powerful yin and yang energy poured into the black blade at the same time. The originally long black blade turned into gold and silver in the next moment. Even the blade, golden-eyed beast soul shadow on the blade, turned into gold and silver. Before he even attacked, the spatial energy around Zi Chen's body was already distorted to the point that it looked like it was about to shatter. Wave after wave of berserk energy rushed out in all directions like a tidal wave. Wherever the energy aura passed, ripples would appear in the space around them. Su Ming sensed the power of Zi Chen's attack, but he was not afraid. He coldly snorted. "Humph. It seems that you are the same as me, borrowing power. Let's see who is stronger." As his words fell, a crazy suction force emerged from Su Ming's palm. The spirit-gathering bead that was originally filled with energy instantly lost a third of its power. It seemed that a third was Su Ming's limit. The energy in his body started to become extremely unstable. His ice-cold eyes turned crazy, as if he was about to lose his mind. Die. Flaming sword kill. Chapter 1356. 1/3 of the energy in the spiritual gathering pearl was injected into the longsword, causing the longsword to erupt with a heart-palpitating aura. Su Ming's originally crazy eyes were now filled with a hint of ruthlessness. He clenched the longsword that was about to lose control and ruthlessly stabbed toward Zichen. With this stab, a sharp flame shot out from the tip of the sword and pointed at Zichen's forehead. The long sword followed closely behind the sword light. Die. Zichen's expression also became extremely crazy at this moment. The coldness in his eyes was no less than Su Ming's. At this moment, he was clearly going all out. Beheading. With a low shout, Zichen slashed forward with his saber. The golden and silver saber light also shot out from the tip of the saber. Then, the long sword slashed forward with the saber light. Just as the two of them were acting incomparably crazy, the black-robed battle spirit stood indifferently not far from them. He held the saber in one hand, and his figure was tall and proud. The energy aura in the sky that was originally occupied by the two of them was divided into 3 in the next moment. It was like 3 legs of a tripod. However, at this moment, Zichen and Su Ming's desperate attacks had reached a critical moment. They had no time to pay attention to the battle spirit, and the latter was the same as before. He had no intention of interfering. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others also stopped. Then they all raised their heads to look at the collision. Boom! The golden and silver light and the flame light continued to be entangled in the sky. The sword light and the saber light also met in the next moment. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. A surging wave of qi spread out in all directions. Zichen and Su Ming both let the air blast hit them. Then the long sword and the long sword met in the air. Clang! Dazzling sparks flew in all directions like fireworks. The golden and silver light carried the color of fire. Then a sonorous sound rang out. As the saber and sword met, a formidable strength spread out, suffocating everyone. The skies were completely flooded with 2 different lights of energy. As these energies collided, even the black-robed battle spirit's aura was suppressed by a great deal. Wu Xie and the others raised their heads and stared at the sky. Their eyes were filled with hope and expectation. At the same time, they secretly prayed that Zichen would win. Swish! A stream of light shot out from the collision of energy and then heavily smashed on the ground, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the outcome of the battle had been decided. It looks like Zichen, Shang Guanhong said with uncertainty. In fact, her gloomy eyes had already told everyone the answer. The others stared at the deep hole in disbelief. They heard some movement coming from the deep hole. Then a hand grabbed the edge of the deep hole and a person stood up. Sure enough, it was Zichen. At this moment, Chen's hair was disheveled, and there were many places on his black robe that were charred by the flames. He looked very miserable, but his eyes were very calm. After standing up, he raised his head and looked at the sky. There, the violent energy began to surge. Then, a person walked out of it. It was Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming's upper body was almost naked. There was a wound on his body that started from his left arm and extended down to his lower abdomen. The white bone in the wound could be seen, and his squirming internal organs could be seen. His robe and armor were also cut in two, barely hanging on his body. Looking at his injury, it was obvious that he was much more seriously injured than Chen. His cold and crazy eyes were now filled with shock. He looked at his wound, and then looked at Chen. Obviously, he didn't expect that the latter could turn the tables even after he used the spirit-gathering pearl, and even seriously injure him. Inside his body, domain energy gushed out and temporarily sealed the wound. Chen's attack was very strange. He felt a very strange energy in his wound. This energy was constantly trying to destroy his vitality, and it was very difficult to expel. However, at this moment, Su Ming obviously didn't have the leisure to care about this. He looked at Chen indifferently and said, "I can use the same attack twice. What about you?" The spirit-gathering pearl appeared in Su Ming's hand again, but the halo on it had dimmed a little. Chen raised his head and looked at Su Ming. A smile appeared on his face. He said with a smile, "Unfortunately, I can use the same attack 3 times. So, killing you shouldn't be a problem." "You." Su Ming's face turned cold, but when he saw Chen smile, he reacted and laughed disdainfully. "You want to scare me? Do you think I'm so easily frightened? Die." Su Ming had extracted half of the energy from the spirit-gathering pearl. Although it was still 1/3 of the original energy, Su Ming obviously couldn't control it well because of his serious injury. The energy kept running around in his body, and some even went to his wound. He couldn't help but cough up blood, but the madness and viciousness in his eyes didn't diminish. His spiritual thoughts were running wildly, and finally, before the energy completely exploded, he channeled it all into the long sword. Buzz! As if it felt Su Ming's will, the long sword began to vibrate, and the flames on it began to burn wildly. Then, waves of energy, fluctuations belonging to the flames spread out, and there seemed to be a faint sword hum. Chen, die, die, die. After shouting the word die 3 times, Su Ming stabbed his sword at Chen. At this moment, gold and silver light erupted from Chen's body again, and a powerful aura that was second only to the original one was released from his body. The reason why he wasn't as miserable as Su Ming was because of the Scale Shield Flame Full. Although the Scale Shield Flame Full had blocked the attack for Chen, it had also suffered heavy injuries. At this moment, the Scale Shield Flame Full might be able to block another attack for Chen, but this one attack was enough. A dazzling light was released from Chen's chest, and a small beast appeared there. Then, with the small beast as the center, a suit of armor appeared around Chen's body. After the defense in his body was formed, Chen held his long sword and slashed forward. Their eyes were cold and calm, and they were filled with killing intent. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky again. Although the two's attacks were not as powerful as before, the power of their attacks did not decrease at all. It was obvious that both of them were going all out and wanted the other to die. In the surging energy fluctuations, the Scale Shield Flame Full, which had dissolved 80% of the attack for Chen, whined and disappeared from Chen's chest. The armor on his body also disappeared at this moment, and the remaining 20% of the attack rushed towards Chen's body. But then a thunderous sound came from Chen's body. His body formed a powerful defense and dissolved the remaining 20% of the attack. Bang! Another explosion sounded, and the 20% of the attack hit Chen hard. His body flew out from the violent energy and then smashed into the ground again. Die, Zichen, you will die without a doubt. In the sky, Su Ming was laughing savagely. Half of his shoulder had been cut off by Zichen, and his left hand that was holding the spirit-gathering pearl had disappeared. Even the spirit-gathering pearl was nowhere to be found. With only one arm left and the hideous wounds on his body, Su Ming had lost this battle, and it was a crushing defeat. Now that he had to face Zichen again, he would die without a doubt. The crazy Su Ming still had a trace of rationality in his heart. So after he was sent flying by the energy fluctuations, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the exit. As he flew, he was still laughing savagely, and he wanted Zichen to die. Even if you pretend to be crazy, you won't be able to leave today. Zichen had already stood up. There was a large patch of blood on his chest, and the black robe on his body was already in tatters. His indifferent eyes stared at the escaping Su Ming, and his left hand pointed in front of him, and a silver light appeared. The silver light was a long spear, and the moment it appeared, the dragon's shadow on it seemed to come alive. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the sky, and the entire long spear turned into a dragon soul in an instant. Then it roared and charged toward Su Ming. Su Ming sensed the strange movement behind him, and immediately turned his head. Then he saw a silver dragon charging towards him. Lightning flashed around the silver dragon's body, and the dragon's eyes seemed to be filled with lightning. A vast dragon's power swept across the sky. Such power scared Su Ming out of his wits. He no longer cared about pretending to be crazy, and he shouted loudly, "Zichen, I admit defeat. Everything here is yours, and I'll give you the spirit-gathering pearl as well. Let me go." Zichen's eyes were still cold, and his chilling voice resounded in the sky. "Not only do I want those things, but I also want your luck points. Of course, more importantly, I want your life." As the chilling voice resounded in the sky, the dragon's soul formed by the dragon's spear sped up again and charged toward Su Ming. A dazzling spear light pierced through Su Ming's body, then turned into an arc and flew towards Zichen. Boom! The dragon's spear fell into Zichen's hand, and Su Ming's body exploded in the sky. At the moment of Su Ming's death, in the distant Yanbo city, an earth-shattering roar resounded. What happened in the Manor Realm? Why did dozens of our people die in a single day? Even Su Ming is dead. The thunderous roar exploded in the sky above Yanbo Castle, and it was filled with anger and indignation. Unfortunately, the Manor Realm was completely isolated from the outside world, and no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't investigate that place. Therefore, no one could tell them what had happened inside until the end of the Manor Realm and the people of Yanbo Castle returned. Of course, whether or not those people could return was another matter. The battle finally ended, and it was another complete victory. All the cultivators of Yanbo Castle who stayed here were killed, and Wu Xie and the others also gained a lot of luck points. Comparatively speaking, Zichen didn't gain much, but he didn't care at all, because Su Ming still had a big share. He believed that Su Ming's luck points would definitely satisfy him, and he would be very satisfied. As soon as Su Ming died, a light spot flew out of his body and flew towards Zichen, then merged into Zichen's body. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.